Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the Spirit of Cricket Australasian Conference Grand Final. The one that counts most of all, the one you've been working so diligently at for the last week and a bit. The bones might be a bit creaky, the hearts are pumping solidly. This, in effect, will be some sort of an afternoon. Umpires will be Jeff Charlesworth and Daryl O'Sullivan. The teams: Team Thunder, captained by Matt Lewis; EU2, captained by Andrew Kratzman. They will be over at the trophy very shortly for the toss, a quick chat, and then we go into battle. But first, would you please be upstanding to observe a minute's silence for the tragic passing of Alex Cullinan, son of player Nick. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call forward Matt Lewis and Andrew Kratzman, the two captains, who'll come out now. Would you welcome them? And the two umpires, Jeff Charlesworth and Daryl O'Sullivan, will be out here officiating, but firstly, having a good look at the trophy that's up for grabs with these two wonderful teams who've put on such prolific cricket in the last week and a bit. Let's wander over now to where the trophy is. Mildura Spirit of Cricket T20 champion. Someone will hold this trophy aloft at the end. I'm not sure who that will be. Now, one of the umpires is going to drag a coin out of his pocket. And Jeff, I know you're full of coins in your pocket. Coins will be discovered. This is part of the build-up. This is part of the energy that you have to get rid of as the coin comes in our direction. The man in blue stands tall. The man in pink also stands tall. Let's go with, of course, Team Thunder, who finished on top of the table despite the game yesterday that unfortunately had to be abandoned because of inclement weather. But the man called Matt Lewis will toss the coin now and call long and strong and bold and give us the call. Up you go, mate.
Heads. Should we do that again?
No, that's all right. It hit me on the way down on my head, but that's okay.
Oh, we'll bat, mate.
The toss has been won by Mr. Kratzman, and the decision will be?
We're batting.
Batting. The blue team will be batting in this grand final, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll go with you, Andrew. It's been different. You started off a little bit on the shaky side. You found some form, and importantly, how are you going after today's game?
Yeah, we obviously knew we were going to be in the final against the top team, the Thunder, who've been amazing all week. And so we tried to look after bodies just probably like they did and get a good look at the pitch this morning. We were fortunate enough to play on the pitch we're going to play on now. So that was an added benefit, I guess, for us. So and I guess that's part of the reason why we're batting here at the moment, try and set a good total and see if the boys can chase it. Really looking forward to a great game.
Today was interesting too because you used 9 bowlers and you've had a few changes to the team. Officially, what happened between when you finished today's game and where you are standing right now? If you look over your left shoulder, you'll see your team.
Yeah, look at them. All fit youngsters over here. Unbelievable, eh? Yeah. Look, you know, we just wanted to give guys an opportunity to play the game here today, and that's why we use 9 bowlers, but yeah, and save a few bodies. So yeah, down to business now, and we've picked the team that we think's going to do the best against this Thunder team.
All the best.
Thanks, Walshy.
Good on you, Andrew. Now let's go to Matt. The Pink Panther, and your group of Panthers Bit of a stagger today, but what does it do for you when you're ready to play the game? You know you're in the final, you know you're going to finish pretty much on top of the table. What did you say to the troops just before you did the last little warm-ups?
Look, for us, we knew what we wanted to do today, and this is the game that we wanted to play. So we're ready, we're pumped, and we're ready to put in a really good performance.
You've got a group now that is so solidified in what they've got to do. They started brilliantly in the competition. You've been the trendsetters. Is there anything that's gone wrong? Have you been totally focused and totally happy about what's been happening with a few creaky bodies?
Oh, absolutely. Like, our main focus was culture. We are a fantastic team, but we're in a bunch of better mates type of thing. So as far as we're concerned, things have gone the way we wanted it to go. We've probably got a few surprises in store as well, but we'll wait and see what happens out in the field.
I was going to ask you about the surprises, but I know you're going to tell me where to go with that one. But just the one question, this concept, as the drone zooms over and misses us both, which I'm really pleased about, this has been so well received by franchise who've got leadership qualities and also by all of the players who've understood their responsibility. How much of a success do you think it's been, despite the win-loss record, but just to get everyone here and to make the big M move, that's Mildura, to make them move big time?
Well, it's good to support a regional centre, right? No, that's number one. The economy we bring is a fantastic thing for this town. But, we do this for mental health. We could be like our dad's generation, sit on a sofa, watch TV, having a few drinks at night, or we could be in the pub doing those sorts of things and being relatively inactive. We're all out active, out enjoying the sun, enjoying cricket, enjoying mateship, and it's good for our brains to do that sort of thing. It releases the right endorphins, makes you feel happy. And so Spirit of Cricket has done that. The whole concept has been fantastic. I know every single one of these guys have been really looking forward to this T20 comp, something very, very different. It's good that we had the Australian, New Zealand, Australian A thing happen last week as the precursor to the main tournament. So we're all happy, and it's been great catching up with a lot of blokes that we know from other teams and other states. It's been fantastic.
Thanks, Matt. Now, before I let you go, I just want to say one thing on behalf of the media. I've worked with Pat, the local, who's an outstanding broadcaster of cricket. Thank you to every team led brilliantly by your franchise owners for making available the talent that we've had on display behind our microphones by coming up and telling your story. It makes my job a lot easier, and I say with absolute sincerity, thank you for being such a big part of what we've tried to do, and that is promote cricket. Spirit of Cricket Australasian Conference Grand Final, Team Thunder versus EUT. All the very best EU2, and it's the Mr. Kratzman man who's won the toss, and you will bat. Good luck, fellas. Enjoy. I should have stolen the thunder of Andrew Kratzman, who said, good luck, mate, it's men's thunder, it's men's health. Said with some words of wisdom and lots of passion. Good on you, fellas. Thanks, all the best. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please get involved in the game. Please enjoy the game. It's the grand final. It's the big dance floor. It's the grand final. It's pink versus blue. Look after yourselves. Enjoy. Be vocal. Be involved. And let's see who's going to win this first one. It's a big one. Let's go over now to Pat, who'll kick off our commentary spot of the big game about to start.
Thank you, Walshy. What a great introduction, and it was so refreshing to hear from both captains, Matt Lewis from Team Thunder and, of course, Andrew Kratzman from EV2 Cricket. And the scene has been set for this big finale here at the Mildura Senior College. Team Thunder going in against EV2 Cricket. Now, of course, both teams finishing on 11 points at the end of the preliminary rounds. 5 wins, 1 loss and no result. But it was Team Thunder who finished at number 1 by virtue of their net run rate of 2.12. EV2 Cricket very close behind with a net run rate of 1.21. As we look over at some of the key performers who'll be in action in front of us in this grand final as far as run scoring is concerned. Well, Simon Nish from Team Thunder led all comers during the preliminaries with his 289. So he will certainly be a man that we'll be keen to have a look at. He picked up 2 centuries during the competition, 116 undefeated and 106 to go with that as well. And as far as the bowling is concerned, well, We know that the Thunder have their Australian and Australian A representation from the likes of Jared Wyeth and Mitch Woods as well, who have taken key wickets through this campaign. And we're not far away from a start here in the big grand final. Thanks for joining us on Sock TV Global. You can stream us right around the world. And this brings to an end what has been absolute success, the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. We started off, of course, with the Tri-Series tournament featuring Australia, Australia A and New Zealand. And from Friday just gone, we've rolled into T20 mode, and we've been based here, our headquarters at the Mildura Senior College. And it's been an absolute thrill and privilege to bring you some great and some fantastic pictures coming to you from our crew at B Live. Peter Walsh, you've made your way back into the broadcast position, and we are set to go.
Gee, I'll tell you what, Pat, it's a real buzz out there. You have a look around and you don't realise that everybody showed extreme reverence with the minute silence for this such sad passing of Alex Cullinan, the son of Mick. And Nick, of course, has left where Mildura belongs as far as he was concerned for a period of time, but gone back to share and be with his family and be with the loved ones. And that's all we can do, is we can say with sincerity, you have the utmost sympathy from us heading in your direction to work through some very tough times. And to see all these players all excited about playing, but I did note the comments that were passed on, particularly by Matt Lewis, saying, oh, we've got a few surprises. We haven't given away everything. And Andrew Kratzman saying it's all about mental health. That was the last comment they made between the two captains, who shook hands with each other and said, that's what it's all about, talking to each other and supporting. And that's been the theme all the way through, Pat, hasn't it?
It has. What did you make of the toss of the coin, EV2 Cricket winning and electing to bat first?
Yeah, oh, look, I'm not sure. It was a bit of a surprise. The fact is that everyone got a start in their dig this morning, and they looked the goods. But then, what's this morning? It's nothing. I mean, it's over.
Yep.
It goes in the book, but it doesn't mean anything for the final. When you look at the depth, the quality of both sides, it only takes one player out of the ordinary. And if you look through the teams and you look at Simon Nish and you think, well, there's quality, and then you look at Andrew Kratzman and there's quality, and then you start to look too deeply, I think early wickets, that's the key. I think the start by EU2 has got to be very, very good, but it'll be solid. Nothing out of the ordinary. I'm not going to suggest a blazing total of 220 or anything as such. There's a massive respect from both teams, and to pick a winner, like, it's guesswork really when you think of it, because the crazy part about it, Pat, and we've sat together for periods of time during this game, is that they haven't played each other. So we don't really know, do we?
That's right. As Team Thunder have gone in with a squad of Paul Clark, Jamie Conforth, Russell Ingram, Stephen Jennings, Matt Lewis, Kevin Mason, Simon Nish, Darren Shaw, Simon Waddington, Ty Watts, Mitch Woods and Jared Wyeth. So missing from the final are John Jewis, Camille Khan, Mark Valetti and Jason Wilton. Meanwhile, for EV2 Cricket, their lineup is Matt Harris, Mark Kratzman, Mark Little, Andrew Kratzman, the captain, also Glenn McFadden, Damien Meek, William Moggs, Grant Nelson, John Short, Ashley Sipple, Hammer Stewart, the wicketkeeper, and Ian Wood. Missing from their team in the grand final, Dylan Fernandez and Paul Adami.
I should mention too that we will be speaking to Brenton Hillman, who was one of the officiating umpires right throughout what's been a very successful series, and he'll be joining us about over 5 overs into the first innings to get an idea as to what it's been like for him. And the umpires they've worked so well, haven't they? They really have been very good, there's no doubt about that.
It's great to see them together around the trophy out on the ground about 10-15 minutes ago, Walshy, where they were all resplendent in their uniforms and they had a photo taken together. And as we all know, this great game of cricket, we can't play without any umpires, and they've done a sterling job. And the two that will be officiating in this, the grand final, Darryl O'Sullivan and Jeff Charlesworth, will get to business and be in control of this group of fine young Australians who are about to showcase their wares here at the Mildura Senior College.
And isn't it wonderful that they've all got their magnificently adorned tops? The colours are quite resplendent. The colours are just so good. Love colour, always have liked colour. And they look $1 million, and I reckon they'll wear them from time to time. I think that'll be the case. I think what you do is you get access to a bit of memorabilia, and there's plenty of memorabilia that is about the place. I wouldn't be surprised at all, Pat, if a lot change with someone from other teams, because they've got to know each other, and I'm reckoning that might happen. It'll be okay, you can have this and I'll have that, and I like all the colours. I don't reckon there's any there that I don't like.
No, supplier of apparel EV2 have done a great job kitting out all the players, not only in their on-field attire, but the off-field with the shorts and the singlets and the hoodies. Just the complete package. And the boys, no doubt, proudly wearing their colours. And it's great to see that a lot of them have stayed on in their kits post that big lineup that we had for the minute silence on the boundary rope, which is bringing a lot of colour, a lot of atmosphere here to the Mildura Senior College as we get set for a start here. Weather-wise, it's fine and partly cloudy locally today as we head for that top temp of around 23. And Peter, we're not far away from that at the moment. 22 degrees in town right now.
Glorious afternoon. Couldn't have wished for better. Best two teams in the competition that have, through the minor rounds, proven that. So it's not like there's a Smoky who's come from the clouds and has jumped back up into first or second spot. The first and second teams, by way of the results in games that they've played, and they will be set to go and set to start. And what they've got in the background is the big A, and that's atmosphere. They've got some noise. I just wonder, I've got absolutely no idea how you could work out a straw poll for who the opposition teams who didn't make the final would be barracking for. Do you think there would be?
Yeah, look, I guess there's a bit of a spread of players from all states in each franchise. So I guess potentially those individuals that have some of their club mates or state mates that are playing in this fixture, they may well just tilt their allegiances that way. But I think everyone will just be celebrating the great game of cricket, which we've seen played so very well over the last 4 days at various venues around Mildura, and of course it all culminates here in this T20 Grand Final at the Mildura Senior College. If you missed the coin toss earlier on, it was won by Andrew Kratzman of EV2 Cricket, and they will bat first. And it looks like our opening batsman will be Grant Nelson and Ashley Sipple, of course. Ashley Sipple coming off a half century in that final preliminary game, so he'll be in good touch. And we did hear a bit from Andrew in your discussion with him out in the middle, Peter, that obviously potentially that bit of advantage of playing on this same ground, on the same wicket, the game before here earlier this morning.
Yes, of that there's no doubt. It's a strange one too, because when they'd finished, they'd had a win, and all of their batsmen, as we did suggested, got starts. We had Nelson got 25, Sipple 57 not out. Kratzman made, let's have a look, he got 21 and Harris 26 not out. So they did very well indeed. There was no doubt about the score that they got in control, and they had a win. And yet to the other extent, it was the speed wobbles from Team Thunder. And Matt Lewis wasn't too concerned. The fact of the matter was, all right, that game's out of the way, but this is the one they've come to play and play to win.
I think we heard from Matt the fact that their focus today was solely really on this game. I know they had one more to play first up this morning, but they knew they were going to be here, so they were looking ahead to this one. So we can see some great shots of the EV2 cricket team just warming up in the training facilities here at Mildura Senior College. And we're only moments away. We were due for a 2 o'clock start. I think we're probably looking closer at 2:15 local time to get underway here, as the crowd began to settle. And I think they'll be keenly awaiting to see what's going on.
It's a bit toey, I'll tell you. You're standing out there and you're feeling for it. Obviously, with the minute silence, there was a decision as we see that big 6 sign, the orange sign, hit me for 6. And of course, the aim will be to try and slap one into that big sign and then put a coin or two in the back pocket, and away you go.
It's worth $25,000 should it be struck today. And we know that we're playing on the wicket closest to the Deakin Avenue side of the MSC here, even though the boundaries are roped off at 55 metres. We've heard a few players today suggest that batting at the school end, if you're a right-hander, that hit me for 6 sign is right in the equation.
Yep. A nice little earner, wouldn't it, if it happened to be in your vogue. Now, also, what I'm really thrilled about is some of the sides, I said the Sandgropers from where we are, they've moved around to the opposite side of the ground, and there's our cameraman up in the trees doing a wonderful job with Multura cranes and access. And that's where you're going to get the pictures. There's a wave too in the crowd. That's good to see. Colours all over the place. Some people staying in cars to have a listen. I know my partner's out there. Hello, Rosalie. I hope you enjoyed the game. And it's just a beautiful place to watch cricket from. There's lots of reasons to come. There's some lady there carrying a dog just past that scoreboard, which will be updated all the time. And the pink colours, that's the McGrath colours, the foundation, of course, for breast cancer with Glenn McGrath and, of course, his late wife, Jane. And we're getting now, Andrew Kratzman, just see him to our left. He's just having a slurp of water to hydrate. There's a family over there. I won't mention names because they won't like me mentioning names, but Kathy's there and Lara's there. So Telf is well represented by people who are supporting and watching. A bit of slip, slop, slap required too, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's certainly warming up across the course of the afternoon as we will stand in readiness here for the opening delivery of our Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale T20 competition grand final. Two top teams going head-to-head here, Team Thunder and EV2 Cricket.
Looks to me as if they're going to run onto the ground. It looks like there could be something a little different there. Maybe the decision by Matt Lewis, because that looks as if there's no banner there, but there's enough room for them to run through onto the ground. I think that might be what they might do.
It's almost like going through the players' race, isn't it? With fans on either side.
Yes, well, psychologically, this could be the first tick from the man who's in charge, Matt Lewis, a very imposing man, but I'm saying all of those that we've dealt with have been so good. They've just come up and given of the knowledge that they had in cricket, and it's been all good now as we're waiting for the emergence of the favourites in this competition, Spirit of Cricket Australasian Conference Grand Final. I reckon they're doing this on purpose now, Pat. They're just
dragging it out a little bit longer.
Yep.
Just build those stream numbers on the SOC TV Global YouTube stream.
Well, the lads are here and all the very best too. Our communicative skills being superbly led to our left. It's all good. If you've got men in the system who know their stuff, and Todd's one of those, and he's armed with people who are enjoying, not enduring, but enjoying the commitment they've made for the whole of this tournament now as we wait just a little bit more. I see that there is a Willow Fest tent that's been quickly thrown together, and that'll be for people to get out of the sunshine as the umpire's now moving out onto the ground. So we're going to see something happen very, very shortly. Applause now from those that are officiating. There's the umpires coming out onto the ground, Jeff Charlesworth and Daryl O'Sullivan. And here are the two opening batters, number 12 and number 10 getting out there. Ashley Sipple and Grant Nelson. And what have you spotted, big boy? What have you spotted?
Here come the Thunder. So run out to the raptures of their support staff. Some high fives on the way through. And Mildura Senior College is awash in brilliant pink and electric blue for this big T20 Grand Final.
Yes, not all of them running out, but most of them did. We've got Steve Jennings, who was just walking briskly. He's the last that is on the ground, and then we see the troops getting themselves organised and ready for battle, ready for that first ball that's bowled, just to see whether or not they can break through and they can create a bit of mayhem at the top. Side winning the toss and batting. Not sure whether or not I was surprised by that, but Andrew Kratzman straight away saying, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll give you some runs to chase and we'll see how we go. He's the skipper, and the skipper of the opposition, Matt Lewis, skipper of Team Thunder. Now, handshakes are plentiful, the players going to their respective positions. and the fast bowler who's going to open proceedings, measuring his run-up. So we're not too far away from starting, although it was supposed to be 2 o'clock. It'll be closer to 20 past. But that won't matter. We'll work through. We're pretty tough, aren't we? TUF tough.
Yes, as we can see, Stephen Jennings stepping out his run. He's been a key man with the new ball for Team Thunder, and he certainly, when he's played at this particular venue, has enjoyed his work coming in from the school end. Left armour, who bowls with good zip and has shown the penchant to really swing the ball back into the right-handers. And it looks like it's going to be Grant Nelson who will get things underway. The striker's end here for EV2 cricket. Wicket square still looking in sensational order here at the Mildura Senior College. You wouldn't have thought, Walshy, we've played 4 days of cricket on this square, would you?
No, it's a credit to all and sundry, curating skills. The man who's done all the good work, he's been out there pretty much each time when we arrive, jumping up and down and getting it all sorted. Never satisfied until every blade of grass has been sorted.
He's done a super job, Lee Penner.
Good on you, Lee.
Been here right through the duration. Of course, this is his home club here, his home track. He knows it well. And he's worked in beautifully alongside of Anthony Telfer as part of this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. The grand final's underway.
First ball, first over on leg stump. The attempt to work the ball away on the onside, not successful. Take it on the front pad, it bounces away. Doesn't do any damage. The man facing the first over is Grant Nelson, and there's no run with Paul Clark, the wicketkeeper for Team Thunder, wearing number 1. And the man who turns around and walks back is Stephen Jennings, who will turn after the blue team, who won the toss and elected to bat. He bowls, and it's pushed back down the ground on the offside, right on line with that second ball, and it's just pushed forward there by Nelson, who can't score. So we're not going to get anything out of the ordinary early, you wouldn't think, but if there's a bad ball to be dispatched, it'll be dispatched.
Yeah, EV2 cricket batting first. Peter, what do you think? They'll be looking to try and target around 8 per over across their 20-over journey?
I reckon it all depends upon the first couple of partnerships as to where they can finish up. This ball wide of the off stump, just wide of the off stump, and through it goes. So 3 dot balls.
Great start.
Good start, all right. Good start. If you can charge out of the blocks and get a good start, put pressure on the opposition. This morning, of course, it was absolute mayhem for the side that finished on top of the table because they stumbled out of the blocks and at one stage was 6 for 24. Extraordinary. They finished up losing the game, but turned it around just a fraction. This next ball has worked away on the onside for the first run of the Spirit of Cricket Australasian Conference Grand Final. Knocked away on the onside for a single. Nelson won, Sipple yet to score, and it's none for 1.
Nice work by Russell Ingram out in the deep. He's looking after the rope there at deep mid wicket. So that brings the left-handed Sipple into the game, who has been pretty consistent through the campaign. Likes to build steadily and then get things going at the back end of the innings. Queenslander, who certainly is looking to figure again in the Nationals when they come around a little later on this year in Newcastle. Jennings now will be looking to take the ball away from the left-handed Sipple. Let's see what he's got here. That one's just sneaking in, I reckon, inside that blue line. Not a lot in it. As Chiller suggests, there's just the 1 ball to go. Might have been a bit fortunate there, Jennings. Thought that could have been
very
called a wide.
fortunate. Yeah. Oh, look, the consistency is all we want. If he's not going to play that as a wide, well, he won't play any of those as a wide. But that seemed to me to be out of reach. It was consternation from the batsman that there was no signal, but that didn't happen. There's a field change there as Simon Nish came up just to our left. He's at short third man, but you don't see now, you just see the keeper. Last ball, first over.
Full-length delivery. Sipple is hitting out onto the offside. Ball is fielded there by the Thunder cleanly, and that is the end of the first over. A great start for Team Thunder, just the 2 runs from that opener, courtesy of Stephen Jennings. And he will be a key man here in this first session of the grand final, looking to make those early breakthroughs. We feel, Walshy, that Team Thunder have probably got the advantage when it comes to the bowling. Jennings and, of course, their Australian and Australian A representation, including Niche, Waddington, Woods and Wyeth. So they'll bowl well here. It looks like it's going to be Gerard Wyeth who will take up the attack from the southern end, just setting his field placings alongside of skipper Matt Lewis.
Gerard Wyeth having a wink as he walked past, and we said hello to each other and shook hands before the toss. And it was all in good fun. And he looked $1 million, and I said, "You've polished your head for the game." He looks $1 million, doesn't he? He looks very, very smart.
He's very athletic. And he'll play a role not only with the ball, but certainly his striking down the order will be of importance too, I believe, for Team Thunder.
Absolutely. Glorious day for cricket too, absolutely. Picture perfect. And it's all about getting a start. It's all about not only maintaining your wickets, but more importantly, keeping the running going. Wyeth starts in off leg stump, and that ball is whipped out towards mid-wicket. They go through for the single. The return back was good, and some keeping was even better. The ball in the gloves and the bails removed. There was never any doubt that it was going to be a run out, but it's good to practice that early in the piece, and the scoring restricted just to 1. It's with that particular run, Nelson 1 and Sipple 1. They're going to change over in a sec. It's none for 3.
He had to hustle through, didn't he? Grant Nelson coming from the non-strikers in. Some good pressure on the ring from Team Thunder as we see some more movement in the field. So we go from left-hander to right-hander. Wyeth has shown through this tournament as that one's swinging away past the outside edge of the Nelson bat. Just back on Gerard Wyeth, he's got that ability to really bend the back and extract some life out of the surface.
I'm looking for the raw meter when the first boundary is hit. I think we'll get an idea as to who is supporting who. It wasn't a bad ball either, was it?
Replay there just showing that Paul Clark unable to hang on as it went past the outside edge. This has been an extremely tidy start from Team Thunder, as now it is Nelson elevating out towards the long off boundary. There's a chase in pursuit there, and it might have just found the rope. That's a pretty decent effort from Jamie Conforth, but there is the first 4 of the grand final.
Yeah, I was hoping for more applause. There are actual cricketers from other teams who've spread themselves around the school oval, and it's good to see too. No one's out near where the orange blob is that you're aiming for. None for 7. This ball wide of the off stump and cut off the back foot and cut very well to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot.
Got back and across early, Nelson, and really got some power there into his stroke. So he's got himself moving now with 2 boundaries in consecutive balls. He's moved to 9. Sipple is 2. EV2 cricket, none for 11. We're almost at the end of the second over.
Made good contact with that one. There was no way that anybody could get near that. And so this has been a good over for the side that won the toss and batted. EVU2 and waiting for the last ball of this, the second over, with the score rushing to 11 with 2 boundaries in this over. And this ball, a slower ball, and he leans forward and pats away on the offside, showing some significant, I would suggest, caution as he played that away, and respect. End of the over, none for 11. Nelson is 9 with 2 boundaries, both in that over, and Sipple is 2. Peter Walsh joined here in the chair by my good friend Pat Silcox, and we're enjoying ourselves here. I hope you're enjoying our coverage, whether you're watching and or listening. Long way to go, but this is the partnership and this is the game where it all counts.
So the current rate is 5.5 per over. Wasp has pegged EV2 for 163 at the end of their 20-over journey here. Of course, there's still plenty of swings and roundabouts ahead of us here. Wickets, of course, will halt the momentum. New man coming to the crease, as it's to be the left armour Stephen Jennings to continue on his second over from the school end, with Ashley Sipple on strike. As the ball's edged down towards Simon Niche, who's fielding on the ring there at short third man. There's no run on offer that time.
Won't he be an important player? And also massive pressure on him. He's got 100, he's got 100, he's got half 100. He has had some sort of a build-up, and you'd hope he continues on too. He's been a wonderful contributor with the bat.
Sipple is flashing outside the off stump. Jennings puts his hands behind his head, thought he was almost nicking off there to the keeper. Did give a little bit of extra width that time, and Sipple was unable to really take advantage of that because there is a decent gap, Walsh, as we see right in front of us. There's a man at backward point, then a cover. And there's no doubt that he was trying to pick off that vacant bit of real estate pretty much right in front of us.
Well, I'm glad you can see because I've got a pole in front of me. This next ball is off, driven magnificently out to the fence for 4. Did he smack that one with full power, and more importantly, the placement was superb, and those that were gnawing on their hot chips available in this spectacular club room, they were at some stage there thinking, gee, that's hurrying towards us, we might have to move. They didn't have to. Sipple is 6, Nelson is 9, it's none for 15, and we are 3 balls into the third over. It was a good shot.
It was a beautiful shot. So we'll wait and see what Jennings has up his sleeve as a right of reply here. This one is angled down the leg side as it's turned around the corner by Sipple. And it's going to go for 4 in the end. It was timed immaculately there, and the fieldsman, try as he might, was unable to pull it in. Ty Watts down there, so Sipple has picked up consecutive boundaries now. So he's moved to 10, Nelson is 9, and the score is none for 19 with a couple of balls left in this third over. I was just having a look at the bios, Walshy, and Ash Sipple played Queensland Division 1 at the Over 50 Nationals last year, Australian Over 50 Tour of New Zealand earlier this year in February as well.
Mm-hmm. Interesting too, a stat that 4 boundaries in the 19 runs that have been scored, so they haven't had to run all that much. This ball wide of the off stump and smacked off the back foot and hit hard, but almost fielded clean leg. Doing the cleaning up and the finish out there was Gerard Wyeth, who got across well and restricted the scoring to 1, none for 20. 1 over to go, or 1 ball to go, I should say, in the third over, with Sipple on 11 and Nelson on 9. And making comment about what happened earlier today, we had all of those that were batting for the team who is batting now, that's EU2, got starts into double figures and look good, and they're continuing on well at this stage as Nelson waits for the last ball of the third over. Off the back foot, punches hard, good shot, runs 2. That'll do, I reckon. They've gone through for the first and turned. Did they run back for the second?
Just
no, they just went the 1. It looked like there was 2 there, but it's easy for us because we're in the commentary box. And that's the end of the over. Winning the toss and electing to bat, EV2 Cricket. A none for 21 off 3 overs, so that's slap bang on 7 per over with Sipple on 11 and Nelson on 10. And after a couple more overs, I'll jump out and I'll make way for the cricketing fraternity because we'll have Bretton Hillman coming into the box.
There was a nice hustle down on the ring there by Simon Nish, who was able to keep that just to 1. As we once again can see Gerard Wyeth in discussion with his captain Matt Lewis in regards to field placings. Wouldn't they love a breakthrough here? Get a fresh man out at the crease. Nelson is 10, Sipple is 11. And if you missed the toss of the coin earlier on, it was EV2 Cricket winning and electing to bat. Andrew Kratzman having no hesitation in setting a target here in this grand final. Wyeth is getting a bit of angle down the leg side and instantly called as wide by the umpire. And they'll run through for the extra as well.
Just looking at the Kratzman connection over there, we've got number 6, Andrew Kratzman, number 4, Mark Kratzman, and Neville was wandering around. He was there when we went through getting ourselves organised to start the game. There's a wealth of sporting knowledge in that trifecta.
Sipple is just opening up the face and picking up another single out into the offside. And there's a chance of overs there. They were considering that. I reckon Nelson was ready to go, but Ash Sipple just overrunning the crease at the non-striker's end. Oh, I say, well, she never run on a misfield. One of the great laws of the game.
Yes, but all laws can be broken, and oftentimes are, and oftentimes they run out. So be careful.
Wyeth is again angling down the leg side. Nelson is taking full toll of that one as he hits it down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
It's a good start. A slow start early when we were looking at, only 1s and 2s, but now in the 4th over, it's none for 28, with Nelson on 14 and Sipple on 12, both getting starts, both in double figures. Track not doing anything out of the ordinary, so this is exactly the start that skipper Andrew Kratzmann would have hoped for.
Ball's out on the offside for another boundary, Walshy.
It's an effort to field in the deep, not quite successful. If I look across to my right, I can see a lot of pink, but I can also see out there, that looked like Stephen Jennings who was out there to get access to the ball, but he might have got an odd bounce out there, and unfortunately it broke through, and it's no wicket for 32 with 2 boundaries coming in this over. In the second over, Wyeth has none for 20.
Just hasn't quite got his radar online at the moment. This is a fuller one that's almost swinging in and then angling away as it pitched, and no run scored there. But gee, got to say that Grant Nelson's made an impressive start. He's looking very strong on the offside, isn't he?
He is. He practices a shot now, and the next one wide of the off stump. A little bit of extra bounce there, that ball coming through from the spin that's been extracted there by number 14, Gerard Wyeth, but there's no run. Repeating that when the Pink Panthers ran onto the ground, they ran through what wasn't a banner. They didn't have a banner. With the next ball, is pulled hard and high away on the onside. A vicious stroke, and that's gone way out into the distance for another boundary. And I'm reckoning, and this is me just guessing a little bit, and I don't like guessing, but none for 38. I reckon they've hit 9 4s.
They haven't mucked around, have they? They've certainly ticked it over after those first couple of overs were pretty tidy from Team Thunder. The question is now being asked of them in this grand final. None for 38 after 4. Partnership 38 from 24 balls in 31 minutes. And they are currently pegged for 179 by our good friends Wasp. 16 overs remaining. A quick little look at Grant Nelson's bio, and he's certainly a man that can score big. His highest in the last 2 years, 207 off 116 balls. So he certainly can really get after it.
Yeah, 7 boundaries and 1 6. So 7 4s are 28 and 1 6 is 34 out of 38 in 6s and 4s.
Good going, isn't it?
He said, what? Exactly the start that's required. Exactly. There's a little was that a butterfly? Not sure. You saw it flap away in the distance to the right. That's where there was a slight reason for a hold-up, but it gets sorted now as Sipple is ready to take the next delivery from Wyeth, who's been none for 38. That's the end of Wyeth's over. He's got none for 26. So he's been knocked around. 2 overs, none for 26.
Not the ideal start for Gerard coming into this grand final as we wait once again on Stephen Jennings into his 3rd over now from the school end, bowling to Sipple. Sipple is advancing and hitting the ball on the up. Nicely pouched there in the ring by Russell Ingram. So Jennings, as we've seen through the competition, Walshy, he's a man that likes to push through and bowl his 4 overs on the bounce. He's certainly well on track to doing that once again.
He's been pretty accurate into his 3rd over, none for 12, but considering the others have been slapped around the place. But importantly for EU2, there's been no wicket to fall.
Sipple trying to work it across on the onside. There's a shout from the bowler. Ball just angling down the leg side. So score still none for 38. We're in the 5th over. Nelson has made a free-flowing start. 24 from 15. Sipple a little bit more watchful. 12 from 11. As we try and get our heads around what a target could be set here by the team batting first. We were thinking 160. As the ball swung away out towards mid-wicket, and it's going to clear the rope. Ashley Sipple gets a maximum and sends it a long way while she into the school grounds. So there's going to be some Work to be done here, whether they get a key to open up the gate. And I think the gate is actually open there, so that's good thinking from the hierarchy here at the Mildura Senior College. So Sipple now 18, Nelson is 24, none for 44.
EV2 cricket, they are very, very busy. And what we'll do is we'll give you the score at none for 44, with Nelson on 24 and Sipple on 18. Now you're doing some investigative journalism, and we're going to get access to a player soon.
Yeah, I think John Short's our man. He's going to come in and have a chat about EV2 shortly. John, we'll get through this fifth over, and I'll let you come in and take my spot. Walshy, you can stay where you are. There's no need to be too concerned there as we wait for the ball to be returned. Looks like another member of Team Thunder has taken off around the corner, trying to retrieve that white RJR ball. It's gone a long way. It's almost right out onto the footpath outside of the grounds.
Come back, you're near the Grand Hotel. Come back.
Not sure if our umpiring panel's got a box of spare balls ready to go for us if we need to replace one here. So just a bit of a brief pause to the momentum for EV2 cricket, who've made such a solid start.
Fascinating too when you're talking like that there, the information shared that other players are going into little clusters. There's 3 to our right and then further down to where the goalposts are at the Deakin Avenue end of the ground. Another little chinwag, and I'm sure messages being crossed by the team members because it's been, I'll say, a wobbly start at none for 44, 4.3 overs having been bowled, Nelson 24 and Sipple 18, and not the start they would have wanted.
It's almost like watching a game of AFL while the mids were getting together and having their chat in the middle, the forwards and the defenders.
Yes, it was. And for those who are listening out, obviously what they'd be doing if they're celebrating the Brisbane victory of 10 goals over Sydney, they'd be listening to our coverage. Surely they would be.
You would have thought so.
Well, because it's Brisbane and because this competition now is all about cricket around Australia, wonderful cricket, Spirit of Cricket Australasian Conference. And have we got the ball back? We have.
It's in the hands of Stephen Jennings. He's good to go again from the school end. Sipple is hitting down the ground. They'll pick up another single. The ball's fired back into the keeper, Paul Clark. So none for 45. 2 balls remaining in this fifth over. And we will get John Short on the mic with Walshy shortly. John's just gone for a cuppa, so he's ready to lubricate the tonsil, so he's ready for action.
Don't worry about us, John. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, mate. You just look after yourself. That's good.
So Jennings desperate here to make a breakthrough for Team Thunder. And he has done just that as we saw Nelson stepping back almost Steve Waugh-esque, trying to blast it through the covers. And all he's managed to do is drag it back onto his stumps. And finally, Team Thunder get one on the board. Score is 1 for 45 and Nelson is out bowled Jennings Walshy for 24.
Good delivery. Good delivery, all right. Just, interesting because as we prepare to speak to John Short, who'll move in, what we see is he might have inside edged that back onto the middle stump and the bails flew in the air. Of course, we had that break because one of the balls got lost. Let's have a look at another replay. And there might have been an inside edge, I reckon, onto middle stump. And so the decision is a wicket has fallen. And a bowled wicket too with Grant Nelson and bowled Jennings for 24. And we're joined by John Short, who wears number 11 for EV2, and he is kind enough to jump in and say hello as the skipper goes out to bat, Andrew Kratzman. Hi, John.
How are you, Walshy?
How are you doing there? How are you enjoying this?
Oh, it's been a fantastic a couple of days. It feels like it's been a month, but we've been playing a lot of cricket, but it's been really good.
What has been the process after you get ready for this game? You had a bit to wait. You had to hang around and do whatever we had to do. What were the words of wisdom passed on by Andrew Kratzman?
That's all. Just trying to stick to what we've been doing. We lost the first game, won every game since, so just stick to what we do. Nothing too fancy. It's pretty easy.
9 bowlers used today.
Yeah, well, it was a chance for everybody to have a bowl on this wicket and get a feel for what they wanted to bowl or what worked for them, and chance for us to see what everybody was doing and make a final decision on the final team. So yeah.
Kratzman faces his first ball, cuts off the back foot, backward of point. No real power in the stroke. Can't score. Jennings getting the breakthrough. A good start, without question. A very good start indeed. And where we're at now is 1 for 45 off 5. That's 9 per over.
Yeah, well, that's Grant's role. He gets out there and pushes it along, gives a chance for Ash to work his way into his innings. So it's all worked out just the way you kind of hope it, and get Kratzy into the crease and get him going.
What's the squad been like that you've been with?
Oh, it's been great. It's been really fun with good mixture of blokes and all getting on well. Everybody, all the squads are all come from the same love of cricket and enjoy ourselves. But no, it's been a really, really good group. Made a lot of good friends.
How did you work out on the motivation factor of getting into the final, not playing the side that finished on top because you had that game that was abandoned? How did you work through that day?
Yeah, that was a bit weird. I mean, obviously, it was actually still raining a little bit, and those AstroTurf pitches get a bit wet and slippery. So it felt like there was no point getting injured, and we didn't really wanted to play in a risky condition. So yeah, we thought we'll just skip to the next game and move on. So yeah, it was just a bit of a safety thing, really.
Okay, is the boss who gives all the rules and regulations, Andrew?
Yeah, well, obviously I'm the owner as well, so I get a little bit of but I've let Andrew just run the show. He knows what he's doing. He's a great cricketer and a smart guy. So no, he's been good. He's been excellent.
Now, this first ball of a Waddington over is short outside the off stump and it's cut behind point 4, just the one run. And what's it been like? What's the feel that you have for this unit that you've got together?
Yeah, no, it's been when we picked our side, we sort of had a few players to identify, and once we got into about players 5 and 6, we started looking at fieldsmen, guys who could really, not just fieldsmen, guys who can last for 8 games in a row.
Yeah, yeah.
And so far, touch wood, we've seen some really impressive stuff from our guys around the edges, around the field, around throwing. It's been so it's a really fun unit, and they're all enjoying. When you play cricket with a team like that, there's a feeling of like a pack coming at you. So it's been really good.
And how have you experienced it? What have you thought about what you've had to do, and how much hands-on do you have?
Oh, it's been fairly hectic because obviously we're all trying to work out. This is the first time we've done this event, so where we've got to be for breakfast and what we've got to do for dinner and where we're going here or there. But so it's been a bit. But after a couple of days, we all sort of got into our system, and it's been pretty hectic, but it's been really fun. Like it's could be worse. We could be working, couldn't we?
True enough. But it's here to stay. There's a couple of years of further contractual dealings have been sorted out, and that's good too.
I think blokes are looking forward to coming back, and there's a fair few blokes that probably thought, let's just see how it goes before we nominate for next year. But I think you'll find that there'll be more blokes putting their hand up, that's for sure.
Yep. Well, the game continues here. The next ball's a full toss. Sanders hit away on the offside. I'd like to have a look at the replay on that. I don't know whether it was in the air or not.
No, I think it's a fully. I think he's back into the ground.
The ball moving that quickly, and the man who's bowling is Waddington, who has taken some extraordinary catches in the Tri-Nation series. As this ball is a full toss on leg stump, and it's turned around towards the fine leg boundary. It rolls and rolls and will hit the rope. Just made there, but that was a ball of full length outside the leg stump. It was wayward, and it was delivered down to the boundary for 4. So EV2 cricket with 1 ball remaining in this, the 6th over, a 1 for 51.
Yeah, this field's definitely got a bit more run, and the wicket's a little bit faster than all the wickets we've played on all week. So definitely giving our fielders a bit of work to do.
Waddington in, and that's a poor ball. That's outside the leg stump, and it's pulled away out towards square leg. Well fielded. That looked as if it had 4 all over it.
Yeah, that was good work from Big Woodisy.
It was a very good piece of fielding because that was hit crisply and solidly, but unfortunately the placement wasn't there, the completion of the over. After 6, it's 1 for 52, with the partnership between Sipple and Kratzman just starting to build. They've got 7 off 7. I'm with John Short from EV2. And when this is all finished, Cooper's Crickets, is that what you're pointing at?
Yeah, I'll just going to
mention it.
A couple of our sponsors,
please.
Good friend of ours, and Rod Gray down over there at Cooper Cricket in Brisbane does a fantastic job with cricket equipment, and he's been really helpful for us. Some of the boys I think Grant just used a Cooper bat, and I think Matty comes out with a Cooper bat, so there's a few Cooper bats amongst them. But he does a good job, and I wanted to make sure he gets a mention.
Oh, please do. His first name again?
He's Rod Gray, but
good on you, Rod.
Cooper Cricket, but there's really he makes the bats handmade.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Custom made is really impressive craft. So
Yep.
And of course Andrew Kratzman Tennis School. Give them a mention.
Now there's a surprise.
He's he has a little thing going up there on the Sunshine Coast where coaches tennis I don't know if everybody knows, but Kratzy's obviously an amazing tennis player.
Absolutely, the family. And also Neville is still kicking on. And I've got some information for you, my friend. We know that Neville's wife has a prowess at a sport that I didn't think existed, and that is tap dancing.
Oh, yeah. She
You
was
know
in
that?
some competition this week or something, wasn't
I know. Isn't that amazing?
Well, Neville's been over here doing his warm-ups. He's doing a little bit better than us, and I think he's in his 70s. It's fantastic.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. He's loving it. He really is loving it. He's still playing cricket too, by the way.
No, yeah, I believe he still plays. Still works hard, trains
amazing.
hard, apparently. Yeah, so he's a lovely bloke.
So where does it leave you at the end of this tournament now? We're talking about the Spirit of Cricket Australasian Conference Grand Final between the two competing sides, and that's EV2, and they're up against the side that finished on top of the table, Team Thunder. But what happens to you when the cricket is finished and you go back to normality?
Well, not really. So in early November, most of us will be playing in the Nationals.
Yes.
So Queensland hasn't named its Division 1 team yet, but eventually we'll be all off to Newcastle to play against each other in the Nationals. Queensland obviously reigning champions last year. We won it last year, which was fantastic. So love to go back there and do it again.
Now, how'd you cope with Brisbane Lions winning the grand final?
Yeah, it was a bit ironic, wasn't it? We, some of us, obviously we all support Brisbane Lions. We're all Queenslanders. Some of the boys were doing laps of honours around the motel rooms and a bit cheeky, but...
boys will be boys.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. 1 for 58. 6.3 overs have been bowled. Sippel is 26. Kratzmann is 2. The man out, Nelson, for 24. Only wicket to fall. This ball pushed away behind point. They go quickly through for the single and they make it. So runs trickling along nicely. It's 6.4 down. 1 for 59. Andrew Kratzmann is 2 and Sippel is 27. And they then attempt to regenerate and to start another partnership. These partnerships are just so vital.
Yeah, that's right. You want wickets in hand, keep the game moving. We've got past that. The field's starting to go out a bit. Obviously, we all know that Andrew can get himself going and go big, but we'd like to see Sippel. Sippel's been doing a good job and batting most of the innings, so they run really well. But I think this team feels very well as well, so it's going to be quite a challenge.
And you've got someone that we're looking to see bat again, Simon Nish, who has 2 centuries and a half century, and he's enjoyed himself, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's obviously quite a superstar. We're all looking forward to having a chance to bowl to him and see what we can do. But yeah, he's very impressive. He already made 100 on this live feed, so it was a chance for us all to watch it. But he hits the ball very hard and
he does
in lots of different places. So he's a good cricketer.
He's got a bit of a twinge in his hamstring too, so just imagine if he didn't.
I believe he's had the twinge all week, so I don't think that stopped him at all.
No, he's pressed go mode and moved into overdrive and doing that brilliantly. 1 for 59 after 7 overs. Sippel is 27 and Kratzmann is 2. Now, what are we seeing there? We're seeing some water being run out there by Hammer Stewart. He's getting out there to give Andrew the chance to rehydrate. So when we think of it, and where we're sitting here, John, it's nice and cool in the club rooms, but it's a bit warm out there.
Oh, well, I think there's 5 players in our team that are from North Queensland, so this is dead set winter.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad.
I know. So this is a beautiful place, time to play cricket. So we're not stressed about that.
Do you get the chance to do anything other than the cricket? Do you get a chance to have a look at Mildura?
Yeah, we have. We've been pretty busy, but it's been pretty impressive, Mildura. It's to be in the middle, out here in the middle of nowhere, and it's just restaurants and facilities and busy. It's been good. Now
really
tell
me,
impressive.
is that ball driven down the ground for 2 runs straight
safe.
back over the bowler's head? Tell me, have you been on the river?
No, we haven't. Some of the families said they went on a cruise up and down the river.
Enjoyed it?
But they said it was great. Yeah. So no, we've been pretty much playing, showering, rehabilitating, going to dinner and back again. But we've had gone to a few different restaurants and
it's good.
Got amongst the town. So
Waddington, that's a good ball. The attempt to whip the ball away on the onside.
It was a slow
miss.
one. That one.
Yeah, he bowled well, Waddington. He's a cunning bowler.
Yep.
And that one didn't get what was required. He wanted, of course, the scalp, but not to be. So
fairly a bit of an arm wrestle here now, isn't it? You got probably their best wicket taking bowler on.
The key bowler.
And our key batsman. So.
Well, that's a good shot. Whipped over the top. That'll be 4. Backward of square. It runs away briskly. Hit with a crispness And he does that well. Sipple 33 off 23. Kratzmann is 2 off 6. 7.3 overs bowled, 1 for 65. The man out was Nelson, who was bowled by Jennings for 24. First wicket falling with the score at 45 after Andrew Kratzmann called correctly and elected to bat.
Yeah, Sip's got some very strong wrists.
Waddington tosses up outside the off stump and he is back in the cross and lets it go through to the keeper. There's some beautiful venues that you get to play on here too at Merbein and of course at the Sarah Oval, and this venue here is quite magnificent.
Yeah, it's lovely to see nice even fields and nice facilities, and
very true.
We had a little bit of rain, but the wickets have been quite good.
Yes, we have to of course say our prayers each night and hope that the weather is all right. We don't get much rain. We got a little bit of rain on the Sunday night, but it wasn't too bad. Oh, hang on, was it Saturday night? I think it might have been.
Yeah. It's actually, when you look around the outside of town, it doesn't look like it rains that much here.
No. It's a beautiful place. It takes a bit of time to get here, but it's still good. Waddington. And that's short, and it's pulled away.
Oh, come on, boys.
And I'm watching carefully. It bounces around and then is eventually cleaned up there by the bowler who came in. Completion of the over. That's 8 overs gone. With me in the commentary box for the next over is John Short. And John, mention your sponsors again, please. So Cooper Cricket is one of them.
Yeah, Cooper Cricket. You give him a call. He gets all these clefts, English, top grade English willow, brings them in, got all these clefts. And you go in there and you can pick one, or he'll pick one out for you if you're out of town, and he'll make it to your shape and size. You want low
like
middle, high middle, weight.
When you go out for buying golf clubs, that's how.
Oh yeah, he really
particular.
He'll put it all together. He can use machinery to get it exactly right, and he can record it and say, well, that's your bat, and hand makes them. He's been, I just went on a trip to Pakistan myself, and he came with me, and he went in deep in with all these guys who've been doing it for generations.
How good would that be? I was in Pakistan for 3 months, and I went to places like Peshawar and to places like Karachi, Lahore, Gujranwala, Faisalabad, all those places, and everywhere you went, every road that you were on, they were playing cricket.
Yeah, they love a bit of cricket over there, don't they? We basically just went to Lahore and got in and out. You did pretty well to stay there for 3 months.
It was challenging, but there was a tour on.
Oh, yes, right.
Yeah, so in Australia played Pakistan in that 3-test series and lost the first at Karachi Stadium by 1 wicket, with Unzamam al-Haq and Mushtaq Ahmed putting on 55 for the last wicket.
Yeah.
And they beat us.
Ooh, crazy with the lap.
He laps the shot and does it well and gets 4.
I think it's kind of just...
It's rolling. It will be stopped, so they're only going to get 2.
Yeah, not much pace on that one.
Kratzmann, no, he's taking his time though. He's only 4 off 7. 8.2 overs, 1 for 69. And we do have an appreciation for John Short to come in and say hello. We'll have Patrick jumping back in, Patrick Silcox at the end of this over. This ball outside the off stump. And the bail's removed as Kratzmann was lunging forward. Wicketkeeper takes the ball and flicks the bails off. And there is no addition to the score because there was no touch. So Patrick about to move in. Thanks, John, for coming in and saying hello. And
thanks for doing all this during the week. It's been great.
Oh, we've had a good time. We appreciate the information that's being shared by people like yourself, and also to be able to get some sponsorship out there and let people know.
What I should do is I probably should mention EV2 Cricket if you want any sportswear.
Well, there you
contact
are.
EV2sportswear.com.au. All the gear here has been, all our gear.
Really?
We do online ordering and shops and custom made and all sports, rugby league, cricket.
Well, Patrick Silcox is always looking for cheapies, so I'll give him the details and I'll get him to make contact with you.
Yeah, do good gear all over the world. Oh, there's a wicket.
And there's, as we speak, the ball in the air and a wicket has fallen. And it's not Kratzmann. The man who is out is Sipple for 35. He'd be disappointed by that. We'll just have a look at the slow-mo replay and then we'll change commentary. Let's have a look now. Here's Sipple waiting for this ball. And he hits in the air, tried to pull it away through mid-wicket. And he's hit it straight down the throat of a fieldsman on the boundary. That looks like the bowler who charged in and bowled the last over. Is that Waddington out there? I think it might have been. We'll have to wait and see. But Sipple's out for 35. As I make way for Pat, it's 1 for 70 the score now, with 8.4 overs being bowled. That's the EV2 side 1 for 70 here in the final. And Waddington's the man who took the catch in the deep. That ball was pulled in the air by Sipple. He'd be disappointed because he was batting quite well, but he loses his wicket, and the score now is 2 wickets for 70, 2 for 70, with Brenton Hillman, one of the umpires who's been officiating. And here's a run out too. Well, no, a missed field. Oh dear, oh dear. That was a dead set, excuse me, walk back to the pavilion, you are gone. But the misfield out there, and I reckon that might have been the captain. We'll have to get a replay of this one. It's pushed away. Lewis starts, stops, rushes in and dropped the ball. When he picked it up, he'd had it and he lost it. And he turns and he thinks to himself, where is there a hole here? I want to dig it a bit deeper and I want to climb into it, because if he'd picked it up and flicked it back, there was dead set a run out, but it didn't happen. It's 2 for 71 at the end of the 9th over. Brenton Hillman, thanks for joining us, and all the best to you for what you've been doing as one of the umpires in what has been a very vibrant competition.
Yeah, thanks, Walshy. Pleasure to be talking to you today, mate. It's been an absolute cracking 4 or 5 days here in Mildura, and really enjoyed it.
Right, we'll talk to you during this over. This ball now has worked away on the onside for a single. Kratzmann starts off in a hurry, and he'll get through okay. 2 for 72 at the start of the 9th over. How busy has it been for you?
Yeah, it's been fairly full on. Obviously having the two games each day, and a little break in between, but really enjoyed it. As I said, I had a bit of a morning off yesterday. I was at the game which got abandoned with the wet pitch, and we tried everything we could to get them on. But yeah, we just, myself and the other umpire thought, it's just too dangerous there with the ball and slippery conditions. So, but no, really enjoyed it. It's we'll have a good sleep at the end of it.
I bet you will. And lots of decisions to make and lots of concentration too. We think about how many decisions you have to be ready to make just in case, and we'll talk through some of those tough ones as we wait for Kratzmann, who works into a drive and hits that magnificently off the front foot. You won't get much finer a shot than that from A. Kratzmann, the captain of this Australian EV2 team. He moves to 9 off 11. 9.3 overs gone, it's 2 for 76. How do you then unwind at the end of a day when you need to sit down and you need your own time?
Yeah, exactly. So what we've been doing this week, we've got all the umpires together at the end of the game and had a little meetings, gone over what's been sort of good and bad, or if there's anything bad in the games with Jeff, and then we've got our appointments for the next day. So we've sort of bonded pretty well as a group. We've had obviously umpires from all over Australia down here for the week, and it's been good, meeting those guys as well.
We'll talk about the spirit of cricket. That's most important, Brenton, and I'll fire a question at you in a sec. As this ball outside the off stump and it's tucked away for a single. A better run in a hurry too. Was Kratzmann a little slow to take off, but the second half of the gallop down the track was better. 2 for 77. Have you had any reasons to walk away and think, oh yeah, that wasn't one of my better days, or that was a tougher day than normal?
Not really this week. Actually, it's been very enjoyable and easy to umpire because, as I said, with the spirit of cricket, and obviously how Telfer's organised everything and how it wants the players to play, we've actually had a lot easier job than we do on a normal Saturday. As I say, the guys have been very supportive of us, and I think the best thing the way about an umpire, if they don't know we're there and we're doing our job, that's what we need out there for, just to blend in and hopefully make the game a little bit better.
You talked about umpires from around Australia. Tell us about how you got into the sport and where your travels have taken you.
Yep, well, I'm a South Aussie. I play obviously veterans cricket as well with Telf. I'm in the Hills Flurio team over 50s, and I got into that about 3 or 4 years ago. I started umpiring after I had an accident. I took the top off my finger.
How'd you do that?
I'm a lawnmower gardener by trade, and the lawnmower blades won this day.
Oh dear, and you've just shown me the absence of. Now, does that curtail you in any way?
No, it's all good.
Oh, there's a wicket as we speak. A wicket as we speak, and that's Harris who's just been bowled. The score with the score at 78, it's now 3 for 78 with Harris the last man out. Bowled by Woods for 3 for 78. EV2 losing some wickets. We'll just watch the replay of this one. Harris, the left-hander, tries to drive the ball down the ground, misses and is cleaned up. 3 for 78, a big wicket. One of those wickets that falls and you think to yourself, do we see it again? And that was right on song, well bowled.
Yeah, just come back in nicely to the lefty. I'm a lefty batsman, so I know those ones when they come back in, they seem to get us out a fair bit of the time.
Now we're going to see an important part of this game now because Meek comes out. He likes to give the ball a tonk. And it'll be important now. It's 3 for 78, halfway through these overs. What's a good score, do you think, Brenton?
Well, I was out there this morning. I had the EV2 boys in the first game, and they chased down 148 in the 16th over with only 2 or 3 wickets down. So I think with the fast outfield and the ball coming on quite nicely, I think probably sort of anything over about 155, 160 would be a very challenging score. Obviously the Thunder boys have been batting well, but I think there will be game on.
Right. Is there normality for you? Does that exist when this is over?
Sort of. We start we go straight back into our Premier Cricket starts next Sunday for the women's, and I've got a game there, so we'll get a few days break and straight back into it.
And are you finding that the continuation of the popularity of women's cricket is there?
Very much so. I actually had the South Australian women's game a couple of weeks ago, a trial, and I'm starting to get into the women's cricket a lot more and really love it. As I said, the skills are coming on, and it's just a great atmosphere with the women out there as well as the men. But yeah, definitely, especially in South Australia, they're getting a lot more depth in their teams, and the actual skills are quite nice now. It's really good to umpire.
We're talking about the abilities to be able to have a chat to someone if you're a bit flat. That's what it's all about with the spirit of cricket. And if you are feeling a little bit ordinary, what's the behaviour been like out there?
Pretty good. As I say, most of the guys, if something's not quite right, they're sort of muttering to themselves under their breath, but it's basically at themselves. As I said, I've really enjoyed the cricket, and the guys that we've umpired have been great. Coming up, having chats between the games, after games, at the events. Yeah, it's been really good, and there's a few mates there already from other states, which is good.
You're making friends, aren't you?
Definitely, yes. As I said, it's a great week.
Our special guest is Brenton Hillman, who's one of the umpires who's officiated right throughout. 3 for 81 the score, 10.5 overs gone. At the crease at the moment, we have Damien Meek and Andrew Kratzmann, 3 for 81 with 10.4 overs done. What's the best thing you've done so far in the tournament?
Well, apparently there was a pretty tight stumping. I was at the ground a couple of days ago here. I was obviously on telly, and the guys on the cameraman, they sort of had a look afterwards and said, "Yeah, I got it right." So it was a close one. And it's nice to hear those little things to say, you got it right. It was a good decision.
Aspirations to go any higher in this field?
Definitely, yeah. As I said, I've only been umpiring. I've been at the Premier Cricket for the 2 years now, and 2 years previous to that in my own league. And yes, I'm definitely I'm hooked. As I said,
well, you're hooked as an umpire, but can you play as well at the same time?
Yeah, still playing. Yep. So I can still play the veterans every second Sunday and have a hit there. And obviously the Saturdays and second Sundays, so the family don't see me much, but yeah, that's cricket season.
That's cricket season, all right. Well, thank you so much for popping up and saying hello. Pass on our best wishes. The two men who are officiating in this game are Jeff Charlesworth and Daryl O'Sullivan. Gee, there's been some good feedback from the players, though, saying that they were thrilled at how the officiating has taken place.
Oh, we've had, as I said, Jeff's done a great job getting the guys here around, as I said, from different places, and we've actually gelled really well. And every umpire I umpired with over the week were good blokes, had no dramas, and made some great decisions. So, very enjoyable.
Good on you, Brenton. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers. Thanks, Walshy.
Brenton Hillman, one of the umpires, doing a brilliant job, and I say this with sincerity because you can't help but like the umpires, because they're the ones who officiate, they're the ones who make the decisions, and they're the ones that capture our imaginations. They go out there with discipline, and they do the right thing. 3 for 83 after 11. Tight game now. Wickets falling. And Kratzmann and Meek, the two at the moment, at the crease. That one is wide down the leg side, and it's called an errant ball. It's called a wide. 3 for 84 is the total. We'll get Patrick Silcox back into the commentary box in a moment when he's finished signing autographs for all of those that are at the back of the box, wanting the autographs from the luminary man as he's back now. And this next ball is punched out backward of point. There's no run. Patrick walking back with 2 biros now that have no ink in them because of the number of autographs he's signed. It's 3 for 84. Kratzmann is 11 off 15. Meek 3 off 4. It's a tight struggle as we welcome you back to our commentary spot here, Patrick. This is a good game. It's got all of the wisps and all of the pushes and tails that are wagging, and I'm enjoying it immensely. Welcome back.
Thanks, Walshy. It's certainly tightened up with a few wickets for the Thunder. And they've got a couple of pretty handy operators at the crease at the moment. Simon Waddington, of course, Australian representative, really thriving on this carnival atmosphere of the grand final. The Mildura Senior College. Kratzmann 12, Meek is 3. So that one is going on with the arm and through to the keeper. Nicely watched through there by Damien Meek.
Kratzmann 12 off 16. You'd think, not yet, but there'd be an expectation that he might be looking to move it on quite quickly. We'll see. When you see someone who revels in the going like Simon Waddington, there's no easy balls to hit around. He loves it, doesn't he? He loves to drop onto a length straight away, and he's hard to get away.
Yeah, he's proven to be a difficult character during his time here in Mildura through the Tri-Series, now into the T20s. That one's almost coming back in with the arm, isn't it? The left arm around the wicket as Meek is solid and compact in defence. So our friend the Wasp has now got EV2 cricket back around the mid to high 150s. We thought 150, 160 was going to be a good score. They did start so well. Now some of those established batsmen are back in the pavilion.
That's a good over too. Good over.
Just the 2 runs from it. So Waddington now completes his 4-over set. And that's an outstanding display from the left armour, who certainly has impressed us on the SOC TV global coverage. It's been coming your way via YouTube. Waddington none for 23 from his 4-over, so that is a great stint. Jennings, as we mentioned earlier, Walshy got through 4 on the bounce at the top, and once again very impressive. 1 for 22.
Do you remember drinking tubes in your younger days?
Tubes.
Yeah.
That's what they used to call them, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, they had the large cans, and then they had the small cans, but that was the one in the middle, the tube.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right.
So you knocked off a few of those?
Oh, I've got no doubt.
It's the start of a new over, and there's a single to Kratzmann. But the last over, we only had 1 run scored off it, so the fact that Meek's out there is a good thing. But Kratzmann, who's just 12 off 16, looking to try and push the score along. It's under 12 overs, it's 3 for 85. And Meek gets a couple, or think, just the one, the ball out towards the boundary. They start to come back for the second, but there's no possibility. So this has been a good fight back by Team Thunder, under pressure, and they now have their opponents at 3 for 87, 12.2 overs gone.
Underlying their credentials is going in as the top team on the table, aren't they, Walshies? They really are finding a bit here in the back end of this 20-over stint. Just a little fumble from Waddington out in the deep allows EV2 cricket to get back for a second. You feel that Kratzmann is the real key here, isn't he? If he can bat for a good length of time through the back end of this second 10 overs, they could certainly post a formidable total. And as I was just outside and enjoying a bit of banter and commentary, it's just a great atmosphere out there, Peter. It really is a Festivale, as it's been labelled, of course.
Now, Kratzmann saying to a gentleman down at the far end, the Pink Panther who's walking across behind where he's facing. Get away, you should know better than that. And true enough too. There's some anguish in that shot too. It went in the air away on the offside. A man out there who's done all the running during the week and getting all the runs has been Simon Niche. But that gentleman down there putting himself in an awkward spot too, because he will walk right in behind where the bowler was bowling and Kratzmann, the batter, was waiting for the ball to be delivered, if you can work all that out.
This one's angled down the leg side and Kratzmann is working it out towards the backward square boundary. I'll get through for a couple. As the fielding's done there by, it was Russell Ingram out on the fence. He was positioned strategically, you might say, Walshy, by Team Thunder, as almost in an attempt to put Andrew Kratzmann off his work, standing right behind the line of the bowler.
And I just noticed too, and again, I'm no medical person, but I reckon that Russell Ingram, who just walked past wearing number 3, I reckon that he's got a crooked leg.
Okay.
He's doing some stretching exercises, and I just thought he gave the impression he wasn't walking smoothly as first anticipated. We'll wait and see.
Just wondering if we might see a change here with a replacement to come on. We're just keeping an eye right in front of us here. Ingram's just going to take a beverage. Looks to be okay for the time being. Thought Mark Valetti was maybe going to come on just to replace him. Yeah, it did. Just taking his playing shirt off for the time being. As we look over, just over to the left of us here at Walsh, we can see Mark Kratzmann ready to go, fully kitted up. The characteristic iconic headband underneath his lid. So we're back with Simon Niche now at the southern end. Kratzmann is 19, Meek is 5, score is 3 for 94. It's angled down the leg side, but they've got protection there, Team Thunder, as it comes back into the keeper, so there's no run.
They need a big over.
Take on the man there on the 45, a bit of pressure. Allows for a fumble. They get through for a tight single. I mean, Kevin Mason out there, he just couldn't quite collect cleanly as we watch the great Richard Gabb pass by in front of us here, Walshy.
Yes, of course, opened the bowling in one of the games. No one would have thought that, but he did. That's a good shot for the next ball. Of course, where you are and where we are, sometimes you think it's going straight to the boundary, but then you move a little forward and you see a fieldsman hiding there.
A few pillars inside the pavilion here which are holding up the windows that can often tend to block our view. As this is majestically hiked away into the onside there by Andrew Kratzmann. It was right in his wheelhouse and he swings it away for 4.
He doesn't mess around, does he, when he makes contact? That's a good shot.
Ty Watts has to go out into the bush to retrieve that one out on the Deakin Avenue side here of the Mildura Senior College.
And that brilliant shot from those that are producing our work for television gives you an idea as to how far the fieldsmen are spread far and wide, because the ball's starting to be hit about.
Full length delivery this time from Niche, is played down the ground by Kratzmann. They'll pick up another single. And that will see us at the end of 14 overs now. EV2 cricket, a 3 for 103. Current run rate is 7.36. 6 overs remaining. Partnership is worth 25 from 23 in a very respectable 13 minutes. Andrew Kratzmann is 27 from 25 and Damien Meek 6 from 11.
Most important partnership, this one. Most important partnership. Plenty of people drifting in and out of Deakin Avenue to pop in and say hello and sit and find a spot. Hot chips are available. I've noticed you were there before, were you?
Not today. I did enjoy some hot chips on Saturday, I reckon, yeah.
They're doing some good business too. The soft drinks are available. I don't know, are they selling alcohol as well?
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of
You've been over there, have you?
amber fluid flowing around, yeah. Some of the boys that aren't in action are enjoying a quiet lemonade or two.
And this is Kratzman, who enjoys now Niche coming back in. That ball on leg stump and pulled away down towards the boundary at backward square leg, and that'll run all the way for 4. Poor ball, loose ball, and the errant delivery was knocked where it needed to be knocked, and that was down to the fence for 4. Kratzman with that boundary. 31, 3 for 107, 14.1 overs, 5.5 left. Next ball, he played a miss outside the off stump and through it goes to the keeper. It's a good struggle though. There's been nothing but, I think, respect shown by the batsmen to all bowlers, and they haven't really launched yet.
This one's short of a length and cramping Kratzman up at the crease there, so good response this from Jared Wyeth, who's now switched over to the school end here at the Mildura Senior College. So again, there's no room on offer there for Kratzman. You get the feeling that maybe Team Thunder are getting a little bit tight for time in their 80 minutes prescribed here, because Wyeth is really hustling through, isn't he, from ball to ball?
He is.
Kratzman's hitting the ball out to the man at deep mid-wicket, and the catch is taken by Russell Ingram as he goes to ground after completing the catch, and that's a huge blow for Team Thunder.
Good catch. Ball hit well, but hit straight to the fieldsman, and that being the case, it was always going to be an issue. He collected it brilliantly, but for 31, he's out, and the wicket falls with the score at 107. It's 4 for 107, and there's a fair amount of animation being displayed now. Let's have a look again. He rocks onto the back foot, and he's hit it well, and it's only 5 or 6 metres inside the ropes for going over for 6, but the catch is taken, and then the guy who takes the catch, Ingram, says, I might just lie here for a while and the cameras might spot me and there might be people watching and they'll be saying, how you doing over there? Well, he's doing pretty well. As we see another Kratzman come to the crease. This is Mark Kratzman. But, oh, boy, that is such a wicket and a half. It's now 4 for 107.
The important breakthrough from Jared Wyeth, as we said, gave up the boundary on the first ball of this, his third over, but he's struck back nicely with 3 dots, and then the all-important wicket of Andrew Kratzman, who I reckon, Peter, he didn't quite get back enough, did he? He was sort of swinging from a stationary position, and he didn't quite get his full length of levers to really elevate the ball. And he would have thought, in normal circumstances, he would have cleared the rope comfortably.
Yep.
In that situation.
Well, he's sitting down now after removing his pads, and the frustration exists as they run through for nothing because it's a wide. That ball was well down leg side. The other Kratzman's there, that's Mark. And he's there with the man who will need to score some runs now too, Damien Meek at the opposite end. He's a genuine all-rounder, so he'd be aware as to his responsibilities. As this ball, the attempt to sweep away on the leg side, bounces off the bat, no, it's off the pad, and Watts gets around, does the fielding. End of the over, 15 gone, 4 for 108, 4 for 108, 15 overs having been bowled, and Wyeth now off 3 overs has 1 for 31.
Yeah, they're going to need to get a wriggle on here if they want to get up around that 150, 160 mark. As you mentioned, Peter, Damien Meek, he's been at the crease for a little while now, has got himself settled. He needs to take a bit more of an aggressive approach. See if they can't find the boundaries in this last session. Just been waiting now for Simon Niche. So just bowling the pace off deliveries. Of course, he bowls general course of play, the left arm seam up over the wicket, but he's coming around just with the left arm orthodox delivery here to the right-handers.
Well, there's a man who's been worked out to deep backward square leg right on the boundary just in case of that drag shot around on the leg side. And that's a nice little tickle down towards third man, or fine leg I should say. That'll go all the way.
Yeah.
That's a boundary.
Bit of extra pace on that one from Niche. It was squeezed out by Meek. Got through past the keeper, and it goes down to the boundary for 4.
Ball for 112. 15.1 overs having been bowled. Mark Kratzman and the the Meek man, Damien Meek. Waiting, ball a full toss. He would have liked to have put that away for 4. He'll get 1, perhaps 2. They're thinking about it. The ball on the bounce. He'd be disappointed that was a full toss down leg side and he wasn't able to hit that where he needed to hit it or wanted to hit it. Picks up 1. He's 11. It's 4 for 113.
Thinking, Peter, he would have wanted to swing that one away into the school grounds.
Yes. Out
on Deakin Avenue there. 4-pitch ball. She was angling down the leg side as well. And able to cash in. So just the 1. Meek is 11. Kratzmann yet to open his account. Score is 4 for 113. Sneesh is really working over the field placings at the moment. Going to come back over the wicket, the left-handed Kratzmann. Bowls into the wicket. Kratzy's muscling it down the ground. Picks up another single. So the run rate is 7.35. We've got 4.5 overs to go. And the Wasp are saying 157 at this point in time. Meek swings and misses, and I reckon he might have done a hamstring there as he got down low and then tried to get back into his ground. We might get a chance for a look at a replay, but he has not moved from ground level, Damien Meek, and there's some concern being shown out there by Team Thunder.
He overbalanced in the attempt to work the ball away on the onside.
Here we
Let's
go.
have another look.
Maybe an Achilles here, just by virtue of the reaction from Meek. It was so instant. Bang!
Oh, it's
and
the right.
Yeah, you can see the anguish on his face. And this certainly doesn't go well, not only for Damien Meek, but for EV2 cricket, because as you mentioned, Walsh, he's a key all-rounder in this squad and would have had a job to do with the ball.
It looks as if when he fell, all of the weight was on his right foot or his right ankle. And he grimaced with pain. We'll just have to see what does happen. We're waiting now, of course, as the medical people are out there in a million miles an hour to check to see if he's okay. The attempt to drag the ball away was unsuccessful. He took a tumble, and we'll have a report on his condition as soon as we can. There are reports now that are being filtered back to the skipper, who, of course, is out there, Andrew Kratzmann, and he's speaking to Anthony Telfer away to our right just about what's going on. We'll have to see what the situation is after that. Looked like an innocuous shot, but it was the overbalancing of the body and the way he fell. And when you fall and one part of your foot is poking in one direction and the other part of your leg is going in a totally different direction, it can only mean some issues. And he's being well looked after. That I stress, he's being well looked after. And we're just going to have to wait now as to see what's going on. It comes as no surprise that all of those from Team Thunder, all of the players out there seeing if he's all right, he's on his feet.
It's good to see, Walshies. We might just quickly take the opportunity to have a look at the scorecard so far in this first innings of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale T20 Grand Final. Wickets to fall so far today. Nelson bowled Jennings for 24. Sipple caught Waddington, bowled Woods 35. Kratzmann was out, caught Ingram, bowled Wire for 31, and Harris bowled Woods for 3. Now Meek was not out 11, and Mark Kratzmann is currently on 1, so it looks like Damien will retire hurt here.
He's being helped from the ground, and I can tell you that he's grimacing because once we get another look at where he's from, he's about 50 or 60 metres away from where we are. He's definitely limping and favouring what appears to be his right leg. And we'll be able to find out exactly what's going on as he's being helped now. What have you spotted?
You can see that he's got the knee brace on the right knee, which was obviously a precautionary measure, so that might be the point of concern for Damien as he's come off on his own steam, which is just fantastic to see. We're not sure if he'll play any further part in the game. But
he's gone straight into the rooms too.
They'll give him full opportunity to just get some medical attention there off on the sideline.
Well, he's 11 not out. Kratzmann, that's Mark Kratzmann, is 1 not out. 15.4 overs gone, 4 for 114, 4 for 114, and we've got William Moggs, who is there, but they've already got another batter out there.
It'll be Hammer Stewart, I think, was the man that went out. So we just keep a close eye on things. Ball's knocked down the ground. And it is going to be a single. Yep, so Hammer Stewart is the man that's replaced Damien Meek, who retired hurt. As the BeLive streaming boys enjoy my use of the English language there a moment ago. I think I didn't quite elocute myself in the right way, but it's been a fair stretch for us, Walshy, up here in the box. We've certainly said a lot of words in the last couple of weeks.
Well, we have, and I can tell you that Donna Meek, the husband, her husband is in pain, and she's rushed around now and got some ice, and she's gone into the rooms to offer her support, which comes as absolutely no surprise. As this ball is worked away behind point on the offside, there's no run. And with the pause in play, it's the end of 16 overs, 4 for 116. Kratzmann out 4-1. The last man out was Kratzmann, who was out for 31. And of course, the mention made of Meek, who was injured and had to leave the ground, so retired hurt, falling. And it looked as if he was falling on his right ankle, and when he came off, it looked as if he was favouring his right leg, but he was well looked after, and when I say well looked after, taken straight to the rooms, and we'll get a report, rest assured, as soon as we can, we'll have some information regarding what's happened to a very popular player, a very much key player, Damien Meek, who's been an Australian rep, as we see the boss down there, Andrew Kratzmann. He'd know what was going on. He's just sitting near the scoreboard now and waiting for the game to continue. And the important thing about it, in all honesty, is there's another wicket falling. That looks like Stewart, who might have played on.
He just dragged that one back from outside the off stump. Jared Wyeth picking up his second scalp. And EV2 cricket now 5 for 116. So you really feel that the momentum has been taken out of their sails a little in the last 10 or 15 minutes as we watch this one back in replay. And it was just that little bit too tight there to try and run the ball down to third man. So 5 for 116, start of the 17th over. And Willie Moggs is going to be the new man out of the crease as we get a good look at that one in slow motion. Just played it straight down to the base of the stumps, didn't he, unfortunately, for the wicket-keeper batsman.
The important thing about all this, and you have to take the emotion out of the equation, the match will continue, obviously. There's been a player who has to leave the ground because he's been injured. He is being treated now. He's been looked after by those that are here, and there's no question about that. But the game continues, and the game now is swinging desperately to favour of Team Thunder, who have EV2 at 5 for 116, and we have under 4 overs of play remaining. And the game now has taken a different turn, without question now. At one stage, the score was 1 for 70. It's now 5 for 116, so 4 wickets falling quite quickly. And the possibility of more, because they now have a step that is a little bit longer than the steps that they had some half an hour ago.
You did mention at the start, Walsh, that wickets could prove to be the key in this grand final. That's exactly the way it is panning out, isn't it? As Wyeth fires one down the leg side, beats the keeper. So we keep a keen eye on it as it's reeled in there by Ty Watts. And it's going to be 2 leg byes added to the tally. So 5 for 120. So we continue through this 17th over as Moggs is 4, Kratzmann is 1. And Peter Walsh looking to make contact with Anthony Telfer for maybe an update on Damien Meek.
Yeah, look, he was heading in our direction, but he's gone around to where the other teammates are of Meek. And he's exchanging a few words with a few people in a friendly tone, please, no other way. But just not sure as to what is going on. But he's coming on now, and I'll see if I can get some information.
Right, Pete, while you just try and get the latest information for us, we'll get through the end of 17 overs. Score now 5 for 120. Mark Kratzmann is 1, Moggs is 2. Current run rate is 7.06, and we have 3 overs remaining. So for the first time in this innings, the Wasp predictor has now got us looking at a tally of 149, so below 150 for EV2 cricket, which you feel is probably just going to be a little bit below where they were holding their expectations at the start of the innings. Peter Walsh rejoins us. Walshy, what do you know?
Plenty of supervised work going on with the medical people from not just the ground, as I was watching the possibility of a catch being taken and not being taken there by Wyeth. It spilled through his fingers as Moggs and a Kratzman are there in the score at 5 for 120. So he's been looked at. No determination as yet as to the extent of the injury. Meekie, of course, is saying, "I'll just strap me up and I'll go out again." Well, that's not going to happen. But what we'll do is we'll keep you posted. But he is being attended to, and we've got medical people from different sides, different franchises that are getting over to have a look at him, which is good to see. And we'll keep you posted.
Kratzman is now starting to go the long handle here as again he puts pressure on Wyeth down the ground, who can't stop it. So a second consecutive 4 for Mark Kratzman. He now moves to 9 from 5 and the score is 5 for 128. So we continue through this 18th over and you sense, Peter Walsh, that I think Kratzy feels like this is the time to go.
And he's hit those two pretty well too. Does it happen in threes? Sometimes things do happen in threes. Not this time, Pat.
The drama, the big build-up and the big letdown. It was certainly a much better line from Simon Nish, who's none for 26 currently, midway through his third over, bowling from the southern end here at the Mildura Senior College. He fires that one into the pitch, takes Kratzman on the body. Just a bit of extra rise. And a nice comeback here from Simon Nish after conceding boundaries off his first 2 deliveries in this over. This time a fuller length ball outside the off stump. Cramping Kratzman, almost squeezed it through his defences there, Nish. So 5 for 128. Kratzman is 9, Moggs is 2. And he's out. He is out. He's bowled as Nish got one through the defences this time as he was looking to get down that low centre of gravity that he's well renowned for, Mark Kratzman. He tried to swing it away on the onside and he is on his way. Bowled Nish 9 from 9. And at the end of 18 overs, it's now 6 for 128 EV2 cricket.
That's a good one. That's a good one. He had some productivity early on, but a big swing and a big miss and a big smash into the coloured wickets. And have a look at the lights flash now. The lights are on. Is anyone home? Bang. I like that. That's a good thing too. And that's the sort of thing you encourage when you take a few of your friends or relatives to the cricket and you see that happen. You know that it adds a little bit of drama to it. 6 for 128 with Wood and Moggs, the 2 at the crease, repeating Meek out, retired hurt and being looked at as we are speaking, and we'll be giving you any information we can when there's a break in innings. And there will be very shortly because we've gone 18 overs, 12 balls remaining, and it's 6 for 128 with Moggs on 2. And the last batsman out was Mark Kratzman for 9.
So Woods out in the middle now with Moggs. As we continue just to wait for some field placements, we can see Simon Nish counting bodies outside the circle. They've already conceded a no ball for having too many out earlier in the innings, so they'll be very wary to make sure they've only got 5 outside the ring here as we roll through this third power play.
Now, deep discussions taking place with Andrew Kratzman and Donna Meek, who is the wife of Damien, and she rushed around with some rehydrating, and now she's talking as she's left the change rooms. We're not going to be bullish enough to say, excuse me, Donna, can you give us a report? The medical people will give us a report when they have information as she walks away, and she's a worried wife. Of course she would be. But we don't know the severity of the injury. The good thing about it was that he did, even though he was limping, he did walk from the ground.
So Mitch Woods is continuing from the school end. This is his 4th and final over. Has pretty decent figures at the moment, 2 for 19. Got a couple of fresh men out at the crease as well. Would about to face his first delivery. Moggs has only been there for 6 balls. So run rate currently 7.10. Score is 6 for 129. Early days in this 19th over as they continue to workshop the field placings. Certainly got the straight boundaries protected. Woods looking to angle that one around as he pushes it down the leg side. It's going to be wides. As Jared Wyeth falls in behind it. And will sidearm nicely back to the keeper. So an extra ball to be bowled in this over now. And the score up to 6 for 132.
Unfortunately, I can't lip read when people are talking on the other side of panes of glass. So I can't tell you much as to happening. I can tell you that Andrew Kratzmann's having some deep and meaningfuls as they rush back for a couple of runs, and they do it well. And the runs needed because we've got 10 balls remaining at 6 for 134 with Moggs on 3 and Wood on 2.
So 5 runs from this over currently, with 1 over to remain after this one. Still on track according to the Wasp for 150 or thereabouts. We'll have to find a couple of boundaries here at the death. Ian Wood is advancing and he's bowled by Woods. Wood bowled by Woods. What's the chances of that, Walshy?
Very little.
He's out for 2. Beautiful line and length there from Mitch Woods. Picks up his 3rd scalp, and EV2 cricket now 7 for 134 halfway through the 19th over.
Isn't it extraordinary about some of the batting collapses that we have seen? We saw one yesterday when yesterday Team Thunder was 6 for 24 at one stage and dug themselves out of a hole but didn't win the game. But 6 for 24, they recovered spectacularly, and in this situation, EV2 are 7 for 134 after being 2 for 78. So from 2 for 78, 22 plus another 34 is 56. They've lost 4 for 56, which doesn't sound to be all that dramatic, but it's dramatic enough.
It's dried up the run rate, what it has done, Peter. The constant flow of wickets has just halted the momentum of EV2, who are looking very comfortable early. As now we get a chance to see John Short out in the middle. Of course, you had a chance to have a chat with John earlier in the innings.
But only for a short time.
That's
that was
right.
mirth there. As long as you didn't let it go through.
I may have. As Woods just to hold up momentarily as he comes in again. Getting the ball to swing nicely late in the innings here as it's hit out through the covers. Will beat the ring. I'll get through for a couple. Slight misfield out on the rope there, but I'll stay with the 2. So Short is 2, Moggs is 3. In fact, that is exactly as it plays at the moment. 7 for 136. 18.4 overs remaining, as we can hear in the back play that Anthony Telfer is relaying some information to Walshy, who will bring us up to speed on the injury situation to Damien Meek. As the cloud cover continues to build now, so certainly be good bowling conditions again in the second session as another single out into the covers. There's a well run there by the 2 batsmen. So Short is 3, Moggs is 3. And it's 7 for 137 Walshy at the end of 19.
Matt Everett, who of course is one of the physios for the franchise, a slight dislocation of the kneecap. Now Meekie wants to strap it up and get out there again. He would only do that if given medical tick, but that's up to him and the medical people to sort it out. But a slight dislocation of the kneecap, might have twisted when he fell because it looked like he was on the ankle and then rolled that around, but we'll wait and see. It's 7 for 137. We've got 1 over remaining in this final. It's the Spirit of Cricket Australasian Conference final, a grand final that would never ever happen in any sport whatsoever unless there was something like this as well.
So 6 balls remaining in this first session of the big one. As it's swinging and hooping back in from outside the off stump there, nicely bowled by Simon Niche, but the batsman will get through for a leg by. So score now 7 for 138. There's a bit of a hush around the ground at the moment as the crowd are very impressed with this fight back from Team Thunder. As Moggs is getting a little untidy as he's trying to sweep it around the corner, unable to make connection. So nicely bowled by Simon Niche. Gee, he is swinging it nicely, isn't he? At the moment, Simon Nish proving to be a difficult customer to get away. EV2 Cricket will pick up another single just on the ring there on the offside. So 3 balls to go, 7 for 139.
Just don't think it could be enough, although you just never know. You never know. It's runs in the bank. Oh, that one is a full toss and it's hit in the air. Now, what's going on out there? I've got to move to the pillow or to my left.
I would have thought it's a no ball, Walshy, wasn't it, over
It
waist
looked
high?
like it was.
Didn't see a sign from the square leg umpire, but we can now see the umpire at the non-striker's end signalling no ball and free hit. So here we go. We'll get another look at it. Yeah, just slipped out.
Yep.
It was well up over the shoulders there, and it was pretty athletic bit of work from Nish, who retrieved it and almost made the run out at the other end.
Yeah, the next ball is hit down the ground in the air and caught. Hit with a fair amount of oomph. Ty Watts was the player who got underneath it, but that's the free hit. So let's not get too excited.
So it's all happening right at the back end here. Let's get another look at the replay.
It's a fair hit, wasn't it?
Yeah, Short got a fair old piece of it. So catch was comfortably taken above the eyes out there by Watts. As we're away again, live players, the replay continues as catch is taken by Team Thunder. We'll try and capture that for you shortly, but an 8th wicket has fallen here at the Mildura Senior College, and it looks to be John Short, the man who's on his way. In fact, no, it's Moggs. Moggs is out, caught and bowled by Nish, would you believe it? He ran around, he had about 3 or 4 teammates following him in pursuit of the ball as it went up in the air, and just continues to be one of the key stakeholders in this competition. 2 for 29 now for Simon Nish, as McFadden makes his way out to the middle. And just the 1 ball remaining, Walshy.
Well, there's a fair bit going on, if you don't mind, because if those didn't pick up the free hit signal, they would have thought that he was caught, but he wasn't because it was a free hit. And Nish saying, excuse me, look, I've got a bit of a dicky hamstring, but watch me fly. And he flew out and caught and bowled, did well. Number 9, you're a star. 100, half century, catch, wicket, last ball, 8 for 141. He delivers now, and it's hit back down the ground for 1. And they're going to run for 2 anyway, just in case, and they'll get back to complete 2. So that score will finish up at 8 for 143 after 20 overs. 8 for 143. Yeah, look, and of course what's happened is the injury to the man who wears number 8, Damien Meek, and we have information that tells us it could be a slight dislocation of the kneecap. We have to wait, and that obviously has to be confirmed. But perhaps, Pat, you could just jump up and down and look at some of the better scorers and the wicket takers before we take a break here, with that score at 8 for 143 in the grand final of the Spirit of Cricket Australasian Conference.
Look at the scorecard, actually. Walshy Nelson was out bowled Jennings for 24. Ash Sipple caught Waddington, bowled Woods for 35. Andy Kratzman caught Ingram, bowled Wyeth for 31. Harris was bowled by Woods for 3. Damien Meek retired on 11. Then Mark Kratzman was bowled Nish 9. Hammer Stewart bowled Wyeth for 1. Moggs right at the end there caught and bowled in dramatic fashion by Simon Nish for 4. Wood was bowled Woods for 2, and our 2 not-out batsmen Short 4 and McFadden 2. And at the end of the 20 overs, EV2 Cricket finished on 8 for 143. Quickly through the bowling figures, Jennings 4 overs, no maiden, 1 for 22. Jared Wyeth 4 overs, no maiden, 2 for 33. Waddington 4 overs, none for 23. Woods 4 overs, no maiden, 3 for 27. Pick of the crop in this first session, and Simon Nish also doing a great job with the ball. 4 overs, no maiden, 2 for 31.
Thank you, Patrick. Patrick Silcox and Peter Walsh with you. We've seen half of the game over. And we have to see what's going to happen to the other half now, as we see Andrew Kratzman away to our right walking through, and I'm not sure whether we should ask him to say anything, because I think the medical people have given us what they need to say. But the situation is we'll be back very shortly to continue our coverage of this grand final with EV2 8 for 143. Peter Walsh and the team, led of course ably by Pat Silcox, coming back to you a little later on this afternoon with the continuation of the grand final.
G'day and welcome to Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria, where adventure awaits you around every bend. But unlike Queensland, you don't have to worry about crocs. Epically wide river that goes forever, perfect for water sports. Your next adventure is in Mildura and it's just a short flight away. We'll see you there.
No cameras, no complex calibration, just targeted, effective chemical application. Hardy Geo Select.
The psychological health and safety culture of your workplace is vital to the success of your organisation. Are you addressing psychosocial hazards in the workplace? Learn to create a positive mental wellbeing culture where your business and your people flourish through our in-person, live online and self-paced e-learning courses. Scan and visit our website for more information.
Introducing the Hardy Sarator 7000 with advanced comfort, convenience and efficiency. This class-leading sprayer now moves even further ahead. The Hardy Sarator 7000.
Global Camel is back. Global Roto Mouldings still offer our trusted rainwater tanks along with exciting new products like diesel trailers and on-site diesel tanks where quality meets innovation. Global Roto Moulding, Coolong Avenue, Irimple.
G'day and welcome to Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria, where adventure awaits you around every bend. But unlike Queensland, you don't have to worry about crocs. Epically wide river that goes forever, perfect for water sports. Your next adventure is in Mildura and it's just a short flight away. We'll see you there.
No cameras, no complex calibration, just targeted, effective chemical application. Hardy Geo Select.
The psychological health and safety culture of your workplace is vital to the success of your organisation. Are you addressing psychosocial hazards in the workplace? Learn to create a positive mental wellbeing culture where your business and your people flourish through our in-person, live online and self-paced e-learning courses. Scan and visit our website for more information.
Introducing the Hardy Sarator 7000 with advanced comfort, convenience and efficiency. This class-leading sprayer now moves even further ahead. The Hardy Sarator 7000.
Global Camel is back. Global Roto Mouldings still offer our trusted rainwater tanks along with exciting new products like diesel trailers and on-site diesel tanks where quality meets innovation. Global Roto Moulding, Coolong Avenue, Irimple.
G'day and welcome to Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria, where adventure awaits you around every bend. But unlike Queensland, you don't have to worry about crocs. Epically wide river that goes forever, perfect for water sports. Your next adventure is in Mildura and it's just a short flight away. We'll see you there.
No cameras, no complex calibration, just targeted effective chemical application. Hardy Geo Select.
The psychological health and safety culture of your workplace is vital to the success of your organisation. Are you addressing psychosocial hazards in the workplace? Learn to create a positive mental wellbeing culture where your business and your people flourish through our in-person, live online and self-paced e-learning courses. Scan and visit our website for more information.
Introducing the Hardy Sarator 7000 with advanced comfort, convenience and efficiency. This class-leading sprayer now moves even further ahead. The Hardy Sarator 7000.
Global Camel is back. Global Roto Moulding still offer our trusted rainwater tanks along with exciting new products like diesel trailers and on-site diesel tanks where quality meets innovation. Global Roto Moulding, Coolong Avenue, Irimple.
G'day and welcome to Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria, where adventure awaits you around every bend. But unlike Queensland, you don't have to worry about crocs. Epically wide river that goes forever, perfect for water sports. Your next adventure is in Mildura and it's just a short flight away. We'll see you there.
No cameras, no complex calibration, just targeted effective chemical application. Hardy Geo Select.
The psychological health and safety culture of your workplace is vital to the success of your organisation. Are you addressing psychosocial hazards in the workplace? Learn to create a positive mental wellbeing culture where your business and your people flourish through our in-person, live online and self-paced e-learning courses. Scan and visit our website for more information.
Introducing the Hardy Sarator 7000 with advanced comfort, convenience and efficiency. This class-leading sprayer now moves even further ahead. The Hardy Sarator 7000.
Global Camel is back. Global Roto Moulding still offer our trusted rainwater tanks along with exciting new products like diesel trailers and on-site diesel tanks where quality meets innovation. Global Roto Moulding, Coolong Avenue, Irimple.
G'day and welcome to Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria, where adventure awaits you around every bend. But unlike Queensland, you don't have to worry about crocs. Epically wide river that goes forever, perfect for water sports. Your next adventure is in Mildura and it's just a short flight away. We'll see you there.
No cameras, no complex calibration, just targeted effective chemical application. Hardy Geo Select.
The psychological health and safety culture of your workplace is vital to the success of your organisation. Are you addressing psychosocial hazards in the workplace? Learn to create a positive mental wellbeing culture where your business and your people flourish through our in-person, live online, and self-paced e-learning courses. Scan and visit our website for more information.
Introducing the Hardy Sarator 7000 with advanced comfort, convenience and efficiency. This class-leading sprayer now moves even further ahead. The Hardy Sarator 7000.
Global Camel is back. Global Roto Moulding still offer our trusted rainwater tanks along with exciting new products like diesel trailers and on-site diesel tanks where quality meets innovation. Global Roto Moulding, Coolong Avenue, Irimple.
G'day and welcome to Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria, where adventure awaits you around every bend. But unlike Queensland, you don't have to worry about crocs. Epically wide river that goes forever, perfect for water sports. Your next adventure is in Mildura and it's just a short flight away. We'll see you there.
No cameras, no complex calibration, just targeted, effective chemical application. Hardy Geo Select.
The psychological health and safety culture of your workplace is vital to the success of your organisation. Are you addressing psychosocial hazards in the workplace? Learn to create a positive mental wellbeing culture where your business and your people flourish through our in-person, live online, and self-paced e-learning courses. Scan and visit our website for more information.
Introducing the Hardy Sarator 7000 with advanced comfort, convenience and efficiency. This class-leading sprayer now moves even further ahead. The Hardy Sarator 7000.
Global Camel is back. Global Roto Moulding still offer our trusted rainwater tanks along with exciting new products like diesel trailers and on-site diesel tanks where quality meets innovation. Global Roto Moulding, Coolong Avenue, Irimple.
G'day and welcome to Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria, where adventure awaits you around every bend. But unlike Queensland, you don't have to worry about crocs. Epically wide river that goes forever, perfect for water sports. Your next adventure is in Mildura and it's just a short flight away. We'll see you there.
No cameras, no complex calibration, just targeted, effective chemical application. Hardy Geo Select.
The psychological health and safety culture of your workplace is vital to the success of your organisation. Are you addressing psychosocial hazards in the workplace? Learn to create a positive mental wellbeing culture where your business and your people flourish through our in-person, live online, and self-paced e-learning courses. Scan and visit our website for more information.
Introducing the Hardy Sarator 7000 with advanced comfort, convenience and efficiency. This class-leading sprayer now moves even further ahead. the Hardy Saratour 7000.
Global Camel is back. Global Roto Moulding still offer our trusted rainwater tanks along with exciting new products like diesel trailers and on-site diesel tanks where quality meets innovation. Global Roto Moulding, Coolong Avenue, Irimple.
G'day and welcome to Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria, where adventure awaits you around every bend. But unlike Queensland, you don't have to worry about crocs. Epically wide river that goes forever. Perfect for water sports. Your next adventure is in Mildura and it's just a short flight away. We'll see you there.
No cameras, no complex calibration, just targeted effective chemical application. Hardy Geo Select.
The psychological health and safety culture of your workplace is vital to the success of your organisation. Are you addressing psychosocial hazards in the workplace? Learn to create a positive mental wellbeing culture where your business and your people flourish through our in-person, live online and self-paced e-learning courses. Scan and visit our website for more information.
Introducing the Hardy Saratour 7000 with advanced comfort, convenience and efficiency. This class-leading sprayer now moves even further ahead. The Hardy Saratour 7000.
Global Camel is back. Global Roto Moulding still offer our trusted rainwater tanks along with exciting new products like diesel trailers and on-site diesel tanks where quality meets innovation. Global Roto Moulding, Coolong Avenue, Irimple.
And we're just about ready to go for this second session of the grand final of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale T20 competition. Live pictures coming to you courtesy of Be Live from Mildura Sports. Mildura Senior College, should I say. Getting ahead of myself there. It's Pat Silcox alongside of Peter Walsh, who's rejoined me in the broadcast position. Peter Walsh, how do you see it playing out? Of course, the target set by EV2 Cricket of 144 for victory.
Doesn't seem a lot, but I think the big problem is, and we say this with sincerity, the absence of strike bowler, and a very good strike bowler in Damien Meek. There's going to be a big loss, of course, the slight dislocation of a kneecap. That is what it's looked at. I went quickly into the rooms and said hello to him. He's been a very good friend for a period of time, and Donna, his wife, was there, and he was distraught. He just kept saying that he let everyone down, and people that were coming in, other players from other teams, were saying, no, you haven't. You've got to look after yourself now because you've got some bigger fish to fry. I know that's an old, but a pretty adequate comment to make. Bigger fish to fry. You've got the World Cup coming up in Sri Lanka, preceded by the National Championship. So he won't play any further part in this match, and that's the end for him. But what he's saying now is let's see whether or not we can do the right thing and restrict the score to less than 143 or bowl them out.
Now, Damien will be replaced as we get to live action here. First ball from Ian Wood. Damien Meek will be replaced by Paul Adami, number 15. Part of this fielding effort from EV2 Cricket. As we can see the two Team Thunder batsmen at the crease at the moment. We have Russell Ingram, who's on strike. Ty Watts is at the non-striker's end, so they've elected not to go in with Simon Nish at the top. There's a ball uppishly played. It's gone in the air for a very long period of time as Mark Kratzmann hustles his way out towards the rope to retrieve it, and they'll get back for 2. So not the safest start from Ingram, but it's runs on the board.
You just get the feeling, and I suppose as a broadcaster, and we're barracking for a close finish. You want a wicket to fall early in the piece. But it could be that what the batsmen are thinking about is exactly the same. Get the runs on the board early in the piece.
So Ingram hits the ball out on the offside. It was actually let go initially by the man who cut across in front, which then put a bit of pressure on the man who was fielding behind him. They managed to keep it just to 1. So that will bring Ty Watts onto strike. Of course, he was a key man in that partnership that we saw here with Simon Nish. That was well over 150 runs on Saturday. Team Thunder got that big total on the board.
They've been favourites right throughout this tournament after, of course, EV2 lost their first game, but they've been able to hit back and win a couple of close ones. But the absence of a key bowler is a major blow, repeating the news that Meek out with a slight dislocation of a left kneecap and it won't play any further part in this game.
As Wood is bringing that one back, it was swinging away out of the hand and then straightening off the pitch. It was, if nothing else, a little high, but probably going down the leg side as well. So they get through for another run. So Team Thunder, none for 4 in this first over.
Got some reasonable batters too in the shed to come out.
They have.
They what? And look, we're impartial. We'd like to think so, and I'll tell you why in a sec.
That one raised off a pretty decent length there as it just straightened up Ingram there as he went back into his crease.
And my thoughts, Pat, are how good would it be, in all honesty, how good if Simon Nish was around and scored the winning run? What sort of a tournament would that be for him? Given the fact that he's got a bit of a twinge, that would be magnificent. That would be a real highlight.
So Ingram's swinging away to the man on the 45 on the onside. They'll scurry through for a single. It'll be the cherry on top for Nish, you'd have to say, wouldn't it, Walshy, based on his tournament so far. As we get through the end of the first over, the score is none for 5. Ingram is 4, Watts is 1. And that target, of course, is 144. So they need another 139 to win from 19 overs at 7.32 per over.
Just went for a stroll during the break to dig up a bit of information, if I could, on the injury suffered there by Damien Meek, but also just to feel the ambience that is filtering through the afternoons. The people get ready to go to wine bars and drink frothies a little later on and celebrate what has been a wonderful Spirit of Cricket Australasian conference. That'll happen. Who will be tasting the champagne, which will be in the middle, and I'll be out there too. I don't taste champagne, but the champagne and the trophy will be presented to the skipper whose team wins. Will that be Matt Lewis? Will that be Andrew Kratzmann? I reckon, we'll know after about 8 overs.
Is that right?
I do think that, yep. I think if they're to win the game, I reckon EV2 have to have 4 wickets by the time the 8th over is reached. What about you? What do you think?
Well, I'm sort of hoping it might be a bit later to be judged upon, that it'll go a bit closer down to the proverbial wire, as it were, Walshy.
Yes,
I'd like to pull that one out again. As the ball is pushed out to the offside. Just trying to keep an eye on who's our bowler. It looks like it's Ashley Sipple bowling in his cap from the school end. He has played a role with the new ball in the competition so far. Looking to make this early breakthrough. And there's a big shout. Umpire remains unmoved at that school end, and they're still going on with the appeal. And he's entertaining some questions from the fieldsman on the ring. I think he was gesticulating that it maybe was a little high and also down the leg side.
But does an umpire have that responsibility? The umpire just gives a decision.
Just says not out.
Absolutely. Move on. Get a life. Is it harsh, is it?
No. This one again is straightening up nicely as Ingram's got to get back into his crease. Oh, goodness, that was a near thing. And the pressure early is intense from EV2 Cricket.
Well, it has to be. I've only got 143 in the bank. And the runs will be chased by players of the like of Simon Nish, who was an absolute superstar. Gerard Wyeth, who we've mentioned. Simon Waddington, who we've mentioned. The list goes on. It's a slow start. No runs off 4 balls. 1.4 overs. None for 5. 2 to go in this over from Sipple. He attempted to drag away on the leg side. Hits him on the pad. Pretty tidy over. He's spinning the ball from hand to hand as he walks back to the bowling lineup wearing number 12. And let's see what he can do with this last ball. Your maiden if there is no run from it. He starts in now and bowls, and that takes him on the pad outside the leg stump. We could have said that 2 or 3 times during the over. It's a maiden. Sipple 1 over, no maiden. 1 maiden, none for none. And after 2 overs, it's none for 5.
Great start from EV2 Cricket. Haven't got the breakthrough yet, but they've certainly kept things nice and tight through their 2 overs so far. Can also see there, Walshy, that there's been a change as far as the wicketkeeper is concerned. Glenn McFadden, the number 7, has got the gloves in this grand final, with Hammer Stewart being called upon to bowl some overs, you'd think, in the absence of Damien Meek. You saw in the early game this morning here that he took the keeping gear off with 1 over remaining and bowled the 20th.
He did. We've got one for him. We've got it lined up. We haven't sat down and talked about our mirth or our comedy routines, but we've got one. We'll share that in a moment. First ball of a new over whacked out towards mid-wicket and no run, because what we're looking at doing is, if I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning. I won't go any further, but you're getting my drift?
I get the drift, yeah.
Yeah, it's there because if he does get a wicket, we've got to burst into song, surely. Maybe not?
Well, I think our global SOC TV live stream viewers would love to hear a bit of song in this grand final, just to add to the coverage.
Well, it's name and word association. As you said earlier on, brilliantly done. Ian Wood was out bowled Woods. These names continue to crop up, and we might never see these cricketers again. So we have to make use of the occasion, Pat. This is an occasion for us.
It is. It's the big dance, isn't it? It's the grand final.
It is.
Here at the Mildura Senior College as Ian Wood comes in again. Bowls it short, and it's dealt with by Ingram as he swings it away down towards the fine leg boundary, and it will get all the way to the rope for 4.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed with that delivery. Wide of the leg stump and just dragged around. He virtually helped it on its way.
So they haven't got a massive total to defend, so they need to be bowling in the right zones. Not giving the batsman any free hits, as it were. Certainly that one down the leg side was very comfortably dealt with by Russell Ingram. Wood this time is just changing his pace up and bowling with his fingers across the seam, and it pushes across the left-hander and through to the keeper. That was cleverly bowled.
One thing about the 20-over game, it means the wicket-keeper doesn't get to talk to very many people because there's hardly any slips in at any stage, and he has to fly the flag solo and do a good job too. Next ball, wide of the off stump. Too wide? No, umpire says not.
Pitched inside that blue line, Walsh. You did see that it did seam away once it hit the track and went away towards the slips.
Nice to have a chat to Brenton Hilton too, who knows his stuff, wants to be an umpire. Well, he already is. Hillman, I should say. He already is an umpire. Doing a good job out there too.
It's a full of length delivery is hit out onto the onside there by Ingram this time as they scuttled through for a single. So that's the end of 3 completed overs in this second session of the grand final. Team Thunder are none for 11. Ingram is 9, Watts is 2, and Woods bowled 2 overs, and his figures are none for 11.
Just noticed too, number 15, Paul Adami, who was out there. In case you've just joined our coverage, you won't be hearing the name of Damien Meek as a player in the game anymore. Meek was not out 11, unfortunately tumbled when trying to drag the ball away when he was on strike, and has done some work, and some work that needs to be looked at. A slight dislocation of the kneecap, and medical people being very much given some positives because they were out there to look after him straight away. And so too with the opposition. Everyone was gathered around Meek as he left. He was pretty much distraught because he's a key player, and he's off the scene at the moment and won't play in the rest of this final. And, you know, it's a grand final.
It is.
It's a grand final. Like someone's gone off for a grand final at any level whatsoever and can't come back on. That is ouch.
Beautifully put, Walshy. So we just wait to see EV2 Cricket just deploying the troops. Their strategic locations, of course, still inside of this first power play, so they can have 3 outside the fielding restriction circle. They're going to send a man out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's Matt Harris. Have a man down at long off for the right-hander. And I'm just looking. They haven't got a fine leg. Nor do they have a third man on the rope, so certainly looking to really ring the field up and put the pressure on the batsman at the moment.
Try and get through. An early break is necessary. None for 12. First ball tapped away on the onside for 1. There won't be any more. Getting across and doing the fielding is Cratchman. That's Andrew. None for 13. 3.2 overs gone. Ingram 10. Watts 3. But importantly, for the side that finished on top of the table with 11 points, similar to the side that finished second, EV2 with 11. This ball on the front foot, hit down the ground, but straight to mid-off, no run. So the field placing from the boss, Andrew Kratzman, has been spot on. There's 2 runs off the first 3 balls of this over. The next one he tosses up and it's driven down the ground. Good shot. And it's not fielded by the boot down there. And it's run across for 4, and there's some work down there being done by the troops from the Sandgropers. And that was hit well, but unfortunately wasn't fielded all that well. Always dangerous too, put your foot out, and you don't want to stand on that and tip over. And that was 4, none for 17. Ingram is 14.
I think that might have been the substitute, Paul Adami there. He just couldn't quite get down. This one swung away out on the onside, down towards fine leg. So more runs coming Ingram's way. He advances now to 15. Score is none for 18. The run rate currently is 4.7. 7.79 required, but Wasp is in their favour at the moment, Pete. 81% chance of victory.
Yes, they've got the start they wanted, and importantly, no W's. This ball, he stretches forward, taps it away on the offside. Bat and pad close together. Ball rolls out to the hammer man, Hammer Stewart. Completion of the over. 4 down, none for 18. Ingram is 15. Win the partnership with Watts, who's 3. So they've now starting to gather a little bit of momentum. It's a good start. Patient, nothing out of the ordinary. But you'd think that they've got plenty out of the ordinary in their kit bags to have a go soon.
There's still plenty of wickets in the shed, which gives them this platform to build from now. As wait for this next over to get us going again. Over number 5. Sipple so far has bowled his 2 overs, none for 7. As Ian Wood continues. And he's beating the outside edge of the Ingram bat with one that was swinging through the air but straightening off the pitch.
That's as good a ball as you've seen bowled today with that. Just a magnificent chair. He didn't get a wicket, but beat the batsman completely. He hasn't bowled too badly, has he?
He's been good over the last couple of days. Bowls with good zip. And he's enjoying these RJR balls. This time he's trying to push one away outside of the off stump of the left-hander. He's gone a little bit too far and has been called wide by the umpire. I think Ingram was very quickly to get his arms outstretched to make sure it was noticed as well.
Yes, he looks nice and composed, does he not? He waits and attempts to drag that one down the leg side. Misses, but it's called a wide. Umpires this afternoon doing a superb job. Jeff Charlesworth and Daryl O'Sullivan. Bit of noise in the club rooms. Can you go and organise what's going on, please?
There's a lot of people in here enjoying the action. They want to be close to the drinks here at the bar. As it's taken, is it? No! Gee, that was Andrew Kratzman, who was parked on the ring there at mid-off. And he leapt into the air. It was hit uppishly there by Ingram. And the captain just couldn't quite clutch it as he was coming down to the ground. I don't think anyone else in the fielding team would have been tall enough to get near it. So we watched the replay. It was pushed outside the off stump, and Kratzman threw up the left hand.
Yeah, he did.
Thought he might have gone with the right initially, but a missed opportunity there for EV2 cricket. As Watts is swinging out to the man long on. Pick up another single. Score is none for 22. We're midway through the 5th over. Target, of course, is 144 for victory. EV2 cricket finishing at 8 for 143 after their 20.
And those are the sort of catches that are spectacular but need to be taken to win a final like this. Close, but not close enough. This ball is on leg stump, and it's whipped very, very just succinctly out towards the boundary on the leg side. They're going through for 1. And that's all they're going to take. It's none for 23 now with Ingram on 17 and Watts on 4.
Great work by Matty Harris out there on the rope. Got his ball back into the keeper on the skip. As we approach 4:30 local Mildura time here in northwest Victoria. As it's swung away out into the onside. Man on the rope can't prevent the boundary. As it heads out towards the Deakin Avenue side of the Mildura Senior College. Lovely strike there from Ty Watts. And the score now none for 27, Team Thunder.
Good shot. Superbly picked up. And some of the shots, we call, as soon as they hit the bat, you know it's going for 4. And it's the abilities to be able to pick the fieldsmen that are out there and then hit the ball exactly between 2 of them. And they hardly get themselves into a slow gate before the ball has rushed over the big rope out there. None for 27. 1 left in this over. This has been productive. This ball taken on the pad outside the leg stump, and it bounces away, and that's the completion of the over. None for 27. Ingram 17. Watts is 8. Let's have a look. 2 wides and 7 runs, so 9 from the over. None for 20. And it's no wicket for 27. With Watts on 8, and you're not too sure as to what's going to happen now. Who's going to bowl? Are they going to throw the ball to different players? What do you think?
We'll need to make a change in their rotation shortly. Of course, bowlers only permitted a maximum of 4 overs. It does look like we've got a bit of a change up at the school end. After Sipple got through 2 overs. And it was pretty impressive. 1 made, none for 7.
A bit of banter going on with keeper and with batsmen out there. That's good to see too. All friendly. And they're still talking. What would they be saying, Pat? What would be...
Trying to set the right field for John Short, who's coming into the attack now from the school end. They send another man out on the offside. Got 2 men straight on the rope. Now they'll also station another man sweeping out on the offside. He'll come into a cover position there, out on the Deakin Avenue side of the Mildura Senior College. He's going to station himself right next to that hit me for 6 sign out there, I reckon.
Yep. Can I get rid of my last piece of mirth? Are you expecting any short balls?
Well, not sure whether John's bowling at the pace that he can afford to drop them too short, but might be a bit of variation that he's got up his sleeve, Walshy.
It could be. It's just like someone like Shane Allen in the 1997 grand final for the Crows. No one expected he was going to kick goals, and he did. So it might be someone out there who's going to get the ball for EV2. No one expects that he will take a wicket or 2 or 3, but maybe there is someone there. Can you see someone hiding there?
Yeah, I'm just looking through their list there. I mean, Mark Kratzman certainly had a roll with the ball in the first game here this morning, so maybe he could be the man to make the breakthrough. This one is hit down the ground nicely by Ingram. And Hammer Stewart parked out there on the rope, does the job nicely, throws it back into the bowler. Of course, Hammer has primarily been the keeper for EV2 cricket through this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale T20 competition, but with the injury to Meek, looks like he'll have to push through some overs the back end of this innings. So the gloves have gone over to Glenn McFadden, who's done a pretty tidy job so far.
We really can't be too critical of anybody who's been keeping for full-time or only part-time duties. And even Gabs, who gave the wicket-keeping gloves away for a while and opened the bowling, he's had a little bit of fun. And that's what it's all about. It's not all fun, but a chance to do something that you might never do again.
I guess in Richard Gabb's case in point, when you're the skipper, you can call your own tunes, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, he's a very likeable fellow too. I think before we finish, which is tonight at about 10:30 after the trophies are presented, I might meet someone I don't like, but I haven't at this stage. It's been all good. Everyone's been very, very friendly and affable, and that's what you want. I really mean this too, and I think I speak on behalf of you, Pat, with the requests that we've put in for interviews, but also some that have just turned up and we haven't been aware as to what was going on, but it's been so good to be able to let them tell their story.
Yeah, spot on, Pete. We've had some great stories, haven't we, over the past couple of weeks. This one's forced away out into the offside. Nicely played there by Watts. So he advances his tally now to 9. Score is none for 29. We're in the 6th over. We've just moved into the second power play, so that means an extra man is allowed outside of the restrictive circle, so they can have 4 now. Parked out on the boundary.
Haven't seen Doug Walters today. Have you seen him?
I reckon Dougie's just sitting in the same chair that he was yesterday, just taking in the action very close to the bar there, so he hasn't got far to move.
He mightn't have moved since yesterday.
He might have camped overnight. There's a big shout as that one was beating the defences that time of Russell Ingram. Maybe concerns once again about the height of that delivery coming in from John Short. Still no breakthrough as of yet for EV2 cricket. Team Thunder have advanced to none for 29. Once again, Ingram is working the ball nicely out to the man on the rope at long on. We'll get through for the single. So 6 overs complete. Team Thunder are none for 30. Ingram is 19 from 26. Watts is 9 from 10. And Short, a tidy start. 1 over, none for 3.
Well, I said I reckon I'd know after 8 overs. Well, after 6, it's none for 30. The target is 144. So 115 or 114 still remaining. Partnership is an important one, this one. It is the first one, so the wicket is imperative, absolutely imperative. And, you know, you get the idea sometimes, Pat, when a wicket falls after a partnership's been about for a while, sometimes there's a couple that fall in a hurry. Now, that's got to happen if EV2 are to have any chance. And what they're doing now is they're bringing Mogsy on. I reckon Mogsy, and I'm pleased, I hope this is okay, it gets back to him if it's all right. I reckon he could ride track work at Dowling Forest at Ballarat. He looks like a jockey to me, and I'm saying that in a nice way. Loves his cricket. And this is a big occasion for him. This is a big occasion for the Mogsmobile. Is he up to it?
We're about to find out, Peter. This is the grand final, of course, of our Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. We commenced with the 45 over format tri-series, and now we're rolling through. As it's
First
hit
ball.
into the air by Ingram. Sky down towards the third man boundary. Big chase is on from Grant Nelson. He'll just be able to get a hand to that as he flicks it back. A little bit too much on it for John Short. That allows Team Thunder to get back for 3. But a nice start for Moggs. Nice little bit of shape coming in from the southern end.
Yes, Mogsy just having a chat, getting himself organised, not quite sure with his field. He flicks a bit of sweat away from his furrowed brow. Not like Dennis Lilly, but I'm saying it is a bit warm out there, so he's got himself organised. And they're not quite happy with what's going on. Kratzmann walks down and has a discussion with the umpire. That's the captain of the team, Andrew Kratzman. They're not quite satisfied with where the placements are, and now they are. Moggs searches. Wide outside the off stump, and it smacked off the front foot and hit very, very well indeed. Nice and crisp out to the boundary on the offside. Scooped up on the run through there by Matt Harris, who gets it back, and there's a single. None for 34 with Ingram on 22 and Watts on 10.
Ingram looking comfortable out there at the moment. He's got himself a start here. As that one has missed everything. Batsman unable to connect. It's spun away from the outside of the off stump. And it's run down towards the boundary. And they'll pick up a couple of byes. Not only did it spin quite sharply, Walshy, but didn't bounce very much either, did it?
No, that hit and gripped. There was a lot of turn in that one.
As we see Ingram pretty quick to try and find his ground again there after he failed to get onto that one. The ball's tossed up, and that's going away nicely from the right-hander and through to the keeper. Nicely pouched there by Glenn McFadden. Tom Ingram is swinging it around the corner, asking plenty there of Matt Harris, who's the boundary rider, but he's up to the task. So he reels it in and throws it almost full length from the boundary, 55 metres straight into the keeper's gloves.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much better than that, if at all. We talk about perhaps one of the strengths of those that leaves one's body at first time round is the strength of throwing. Well, that was a beautiful throw in. Well done.
Ball's in the air, and the bowlers had to dodge around the stumps to go out and retrieve it. It's fallen safely, though, for Ingram. And that is the end of the 7th over. Score is none for 39, Ingram 25, Watts is 10, Moggs none for 7 after his first over. And Team Thunder need a further 105 to win from 13 overs at a run rate of 8.08 per over.
And the key, of course, is they haven't lost a wicket. And that's the key, because you've got in the shed Simon Nish, who I can't see who's padded up from where we are. I can't spot the person that's padded up. Might be Simon Waddington down there. Don't know. Anyway, what they've got is they've got a good start, a solid platform, and now there's no need for any rush, is there?
He's got the pads on Nish, so too has Jared Wyeth.
Wyeth can play well, can't he?
He's doing a bit of shadow batting here in the pavilion, so you get the feeling that he may be the next man out into the middle if they lose a wicket here. So we're just waiting for the field to be set. John Short rolls into his second over now from the school end here at the Mildura Senior College. So he's pushing it wide outside off stump. Ingram finds the gap, it beats the ring and will get to the boundary for 4. So we're rapidly closing in on the 8 over mark, Peter Walsh, and that's when you felt that you could make a decision and a call on the result of this game.
Remember that television show that you would have always watched, and that was called Watch Your Decision? I
Yes.
think it was called World of Sport on a Sunday, I think it was. Yeah, I reckon they had to have a couple of wickets in the system before the end of the 8th over, and they've got 5 balls to do that. Just get that feeling that the run rate required is around 8. We're up to nearly 6 at the moment, so they're well positioned, but I still believe there might be another chapter to be written in this book.
Again, that one almost getting through the defences of Russell Ingram. Somehow it managed to squirt out on the leg side. They'll get a leg by. So he's lived through some moments of danger in this second session, hasn't he, Russell? But he remains at the wicket, and he's 29 from 33.
Yes, most importantly, he's still there. That's the thing. He might have waved at a few and tickled a few, but he's still there. Still there in the grand final. Now the keeper's not quite satisfied with everything. Now he is.
Nicely bowled by Short, just passing through and outside the off stump. As we look down the ground, Peter, towards the high score, we can see a real littering of orange. The Sandgropers have stationed themselves with a pretty good viewpoint behind the bowler's arm, as it were, at the moment.
Yes, go the grope.
Ball is in the air. The keeper takes his helmet off, and in that time, just couldn't quite get himself set into position to take the catch. Wanted to get a full view of the ball in the air, Peter, and that probably cost him in the end, didn't it?
It just threw him out of kilter for a split second, and in doing so, and the replay will show us more. Here we go. The attempt to drag it away on the onside. It's in the air. The keeper gets the helmet off, but in doing so, and you so rightly said, he just lost a bit of his momentum and then couldn't put glove on ball. And in effect, you couldn't call that a drop catch then, or could you?
Oh, I think he
You
was,
reckon
he was entitled to do a little bit better there. I reckon just leave the helmet on. You've got the glasses on, which protects from the sun. So that, I think, will definitely go down as a missed opportunity for EV2 cricket. What's moves to 11 now. Ingram is 29. Short is bowling a full-length delivery. Asked the question to the umpire. They haven't had much success at that school end. Umpire Chillingworth is unflappable in this grand final.
Yes, he's doing a fine job as Chiller the Gorilla. He's been, of course, so heavily involved as a cricketer and, of course, as an umpire. Last ball of the 8th over. What's going to happen?
Gee whiz, doesn't get a lot closer than that. And it's going to go through as a dot ball. So a good finish at the end there from Short. He has 2 overs, none for 8. Score is none for 45 from 8 overs. Ingram is 29. And Watts has just ticked along his score to 11. Of course, our men officiating out there in this grand final, Jeff Charlesworth and Daryl O'Sullivan, who have been picked by I think it's the playing group and the other umpires. They've been scored. They've had cards that have been out after every game of the preliminaries. And these two to be judged as our best 2 men in black for the competition so far.
For men in black, perhaps they could organise a movie or something. No, isn't it good though? It'd be a thrill for them too, and there'll be medallions at the end of the game that will be passed on. And we talk about the medallions that were presented to the Brisbane Lions team, and I've got one criticism, just one, but I'll burst into song about that in just a moment. But let's see if we can get a wicket. This ball, first ball of a new over, is dragged down the ground on the onside out to the boundary for 1. I just thought it was so wrong at the start when they said, let's now present the medallions and whatever. Now, to the umpires, no mention of who the umpires were, no mention at all. And some dude came up and collected the box of medals and went back and sat down and gave them to the umpires. Why couldn't they mention their names? One of them was from Tasmania, one of my friends.
Come up individually and accepted their medals.
What a thrill for them, for 100,013 people. No, I just thought that was poor. I feel I'm better now. I'm better about saying that.
Got that off your chest?
I did. Yeah, I just think that's wrong. They're part of the game.
They are.
Let them know that they have been well received, and they just sat there, and there was a cutaway to them sitting there on their backsides, exhausted after the game, and not even having the chance to go through, give it to the little ones, the kids, put a cap on their head, and to get medallions. Anyway, I'll move on now. Should I move on now?
Well, I mean, I feel, Walshy, that they put in the preparation just like the players.
Absolutely.
They've done the week-to-week grind of the home and away season. And they've run the miles in the grand final. I think they were deserving of a bit more of a mention than what they received as the ball's hit out there towards the deep backward square boundary. That's a fantastic piece of fielding from Hammer Stewart. We'll keep that to 2. As Watts goes now to 14. Score is none for 49, halfway through the 9th.
Nearly halfway.
So far, the wickets been hard to come by for EV2 cricket, but if they can pick up a couple here, just prior to the halfway stage, change the momentum drastically, and they've got a wicket. Moggs has gone straight through Watts. Ball coming back from outside the off stump, and it's taken middle and off. So finally, the result EV2 cricket we're looking for. And Watts is on his way, bowled Moggs for 14 from 16 deliveries, and the score is now 1 for 49.
Well done too. Persistence paying off, and eventually they break through. A good delivery, and the wicket falls, and the score at 1 for 49. The big swing, the big miss, and the middle stump knocked back. And the Mogmobile, he'd be pleased too. Let's have another look and watch the middle stump get tilted back. Wind up for the swing now. And it's done the old bounce around and eventually tipped the bails in the air. That was a good wicket, 1 for 49, 8.4 overs bowled. And I just say, with the bowling attack, they've kept at it. 1 wicket down, I know. You know, this morning when we were sitting here getting ready for our prep for this afternoon, at one stage in batting this morning, the side that's in the grand final, and deserved to be, don't get me wrong, the side that's in the grand final, Team Thunder, was 6 for 24. 6 for 24 in a game where nothing to do with this game, but things can happen in cricket, can they not?
Yep, you're right, Walsh, and certainly they generally tend to happen when this man is out at the middle. It's Simon Nish. He's come to the crease at number 3. Former batsman of the competition as he's just pushing nicely out in front of himself, picks up a single.
Moggs, he's a star, Moggs. I love the way that he bounces around, and you could say that he would give absolutely every ounce of energy and enthusiasm into the playing of any game of cricket.
Team Thunder bringing up their 50 with that run. Score is 1 for 50. Full-length delivery. So dealt with nicely down the ground, but nicely fielded there by Ashley Sipple. So 9 overs complete, 1 for 50. Team Thunder, their current run rate is 5.56. They need 94 runs to win this game from 11 overs at 8.55 per over. So the target is 144. And look, I feel that EV2 Cricket are doing a really good job to keep that run rate below 6 at the moment, and hence it's blowing out that required number, almost up around the 9 mark now. So I think it's game on here at the halfway stage.
So you've jumped on mine bandwagon now, have you? Is that the way it works, is it?
I
make a statement and then you ignore the statement, and then all of a sudden when it looks as if there could be a chance of the statement being correct, you jump on it.
Well, I'm not prepared to stick my neck out after 8 overs, Walshy. I think these two teams are way too close together for that.
Understand. Now, look, what we need now is, and we, who is not supporting any of the teams, and I'm being honest about that, I'm supporting the Spirit of Cricket Australasian Conference final. I just want a close finish. Let's see what can happen. First ball of a new over cut behind point. No run, straight to the fieldsman. It rolls along the ground quickly. Fielded by Mark Little, and there's no run. So Ingram is 30. Nish, the key man out there. He's scored 200s and a half century. He's been Mr. Magic. He waits. I thought he was going to leave that alone, but eventually cuts it very, very finely backward of point, runs along the ground all the way, fielded by Ian Wood. And the score moves to 1 for 51 with Nish on 2 and Ingram on 30. The man out, Watts bowled by Hogg for 14. Oh, this is good. It's teasing and testing. And it's 20 over cricket. It's not 50, it's not 10, it's 20. That's just exactly what we need, that sort of number of overs to get through. This ball wide of the off stump, cut backward of point. Oh, well, just get the one. There's a bit of sloppy fielding out there. Easy to be wise up here. We're just watching from afar as the return comes back from Andrew Kratzman, but they're through for 1. 152. Half the over to go. It's over to you while I slurp on some water.
Got to keep the fluids up, Peter.
Absolutely.
No doubt about that. Nish is advancing and he's hitting down the ground and he's finding 4. No, in fact, it's going to go all the way for 6. He's into his stride early here, Simon Nish. And we saw here on Saturday morning, Peter Walsh, that with anything that was really pitched up in his half of the wicket, he was advancing and just hitting straight down the line, wasn't he?
Very straight indeed. It just sailed straight back over the bowler and over the umpire who was fielding or working behind the stumps at the non-strikers then. It just kept on going and it bounced a couple of metres over the ropes. That's a bold and brave, but importantly, a very safe shot in the finish, wasn't it?
The 2 men down the ground in the deep are certainly well spread. This time Nish is forcing off the back foot, picking up a single. As we see Willie Moggs into the action once again. Lots of keen onlookers here at the Mildura Senior College as part of this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale T20 Grand Final. Players from all the other franchises keenly awaiting a result on this one. As the ball's going past the outside edge, Ingram having to fight to remain in his ground there.
He looked like he was at one stage there. He might have overbalanced, but he didn't. He was quick enough to get back.
So 10 overs gone. Score is 1 for 59. Ingram 31. Niche is 9. Short has bowled 3 overs, none for 17. This partnership has yielded 10 runs from 8 balls in 5 minutes.
Halfway home, 10 down. And can you tell me, you've played a lot of cricket and I know that you follow the cricket very much. Where did it first come in where players feel the need, particularly the two batsmen, just to
touch gloves?
Touch gloves. They did that there at the end of the over. I don't know whether they say anything as well or they just touch the gloves.
I just think it's just a natural reaction.
Yeah.
There's an effort between the two men at the crease to say, well done, keep going, keep your head.
Yep. This will be an important over. Almost a full toss. It's dragged away behind square. It's going to run and run and run and run over the fence for 4. The dive was unsuccessful down there. It was a good, strong dive, the effort there by the hammerman, but he couldn't stop it. And that was a good shot too. Niche getting it on the full, so it was over-pitched. He moves to 13 and the score up to 1 for 63. Good shot, wasn't it?
Was, and he's the sort of batsman that can score freely right around the wicket. So as a bowler, you're trying to think, well, I don't want to overpitch because it's going to go over my head. If I bowl short, he's going to sweep me away. So a variation, I think, is the key when bowling to Simon Niche, and that one certainly was mixed up by Moggs. Niche unable to get onto it.
Just repeating the news too that we have an injury to Damien Meeks, a slight dislocation of the kneecap. Won't play any further part in this final.
Niche is looking for a run on the offside, but some tidy work from Glenn McFadden behind the stumps. Gets out onto the wicket square and cuts off the run that was on offer. Niche has quickly got himself going here. 13 from 8. Ingram 31 from 39. As he swings the ball into the air, is there a fieldsman near it? It's going to pitch safe, would you believe? Just on the ring, straight behind the keeper. Niche living a little dangerously.
And some real feelings of anguish and frustration by some of the fieldsmen and the bowler who thought, hang on a minute, I've got the edge, it's in the air, is anyone there? No. He wouldn't be fielding directly behind the wicketkeeper, you wouldn't think, but he was of the opinion that it was a bit unlucky. Let's see if he tries again. And that's a good ball too, a good delivery. Didn't that spin?
How he hasn't chopped that back onto his stumps, I'll never know.
Well, he went back on the back foot and attempted to cut the ball away, and the man who's got the gloves down there in Glenn McFadden almost thought he had a caught behind.
Full-length delivery and beautifully played from Simon Niche, effortlessly powers it through the offside. It goes for 4 out to the cover boundary.
Lady out there in the pink just waving furiously, and why wouldn't she? Because the thing about it is we watch one of the best shots of the day played. Not that one.
That was the almost wicket, the ball prior.
I know. Yes, and look, he just hit the ball so beautifully, timed it so well. And what can happen is all of a sudden you can jump to 1 for 69 off 11, and the target is, what is the target? 144. 75 to get in 54 deliveries. You need to go to one of the shops that's available in Mildura today, and you need the big sign to be there, discount, sale, discount. We need a discount. We need a wicket for very little. That's what's needed here if this is to be a push towards the wire by EV2 against Team Thunder.
So Ingram is swinging down the ground. Protection is there, so they'll just get through for 1. Ball hits the stumps on the way back in, but they won't take the extra run. That brings the dangerous Niche back into the highlight reel again now as he takes strike. Short is powering through his 4 over stint on the bounce here. He's just started his 4th over. The figures of none for 18. The equation, 74 to win, 53 balls remaining, 9 wickets in hand.
He's got the killer punch and he's been able to provide some spectacular shots. He's ready to provide another one off the bowling of Short as he just carefully caresses the ball away on the offside in front of square. Knows there's a single there, knows there's no real rush, 1 for 71. 11.2 overs gone, 52 balls remaining, 73 runs required. But the big stat is 9 wickets in hand.
Ingram is playing the sheet anchor role beautifully here at the top. He's continuing to knock the ball around. This time he hits out into the onside. He's found the gap, I reckon, between long on and mid-wicket, and another boundary for Team Thunder. As Ingram now goes to 36 from 41, and the score is 1 for 75 halfway through the 12th over. 69 to win, Walshy from 51 deliveries remaining.
Yes, they've pushed themselves into the driver's seat. They've pushed the chauffeur out, and they've now got full control of the vehicle they're in. And the vehicle has a possible W splashed all over it, because that's what they're looking to win in the Spirit of Cricket Australasian Conference Grand Final. Ingram waits, tries to drag the ball away and is stumped. He tried to drag the ball away. He fell forward out of the crease. Spectacular work there by Glenn McFadden. And the thing that I liked about it, he didn't have to rush. He realised, I've got a big chance here. It's not my birthday, it's not Christmas, but I've got a big chance. I'll just take the stumps off, or the bails off. Let's have a look.
Yeah, he's just overbalanced and really couldn't find the time to get back in his ground. I thought initially that he might have actually hit this ball as he was advancing. Yeah, he did. Got contact on it, but only fell back towards the keeper's gloves, and he knew he was in trouble the moment that it went behind him. And that's a fantastic piece of work from the wicket-keeper, as we see Russell Ingram make his way from the ground. But it was fantastic work from him at the top of the list to really steer the ship and get them on track towards a victory here in this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale T20 Grand Final. He's out-stumped McFadden, bowled short for 36.
A little twist in this tail, just a little twist. 2 for 75, 50 balls remaining, 69 runs to go. Ingram out for 36. Earlier, Watts out for 14. Speaking of 14, the man who wears number 14, Jared Wyeth, can hit the ball a fair distance. He can go from postcode to postcode. It's outside the off stump. He hits in the air. He'll get a single that goes out towards square point on the boundary. Well picked up and delivered by someone who's enjoying himself out there, William Moggs. Short coming into bowl his last delivery. Has 1 for 24 off 6 and 7 off 24 with 1 ball remaining. And let's see what he can do with this one.
Big shouts, and
He's
the umpire gives him out LBW. That's a huge strike for EV2 Cricket. And Short can't believe his luck there as he celebrates with his teammates. And Simon Niche has to go.
He's gone, trapped in front for 20. And the score now is 3 for 76 after 12 overs. Niche LBW Short for 20. It's 3 for 76. This is stirring stuff. Wow, let's get a quick comment from Anthony Telfer, who's been rushing around doing all sorts of things. And I know, Telf, that we've given as much detail as we can on the injury that's been suffered by Damien Meek. You've been feeding it through to us, which is really important, but he's been well looked after by those medical people here at the ground.
Yeah, we're very fortunate to have some doctors here, and also we've got Matty Everest, who was a former New Zealand cricket physio. So they strapped Meekie up and obviously found out that his knee was a slight dislocation. So look, we obviously all wish Meekie all the best in his rehab and recovery. He's a very important part of the Spirit of Cricket. He loves what we do. We love what he does. We probably have man crushes on Meekie, I would say, don't we?
You know, if you want to have this conversation with yourself, you go right ahead.
Yeah.
No, he's a good guy, and he's Donna, of course, his supportive wife, was around to the room straight away, and when I went to just say hello and to pass on my best wishes, I didn't pass on my best wishes on behalf of me. I passed them on behalf of all the people that have been kind enough to come up and talk to us during our coverage of the Tri-Series and this magnificent carnival. And he was pretty flat, but he might be out there watching now, because this game, there's been that little twist. 3 for 76 off 12, Wyeth on 1. The ball on leg stump, swept around the corner. They start for a single, and they'll make it. In the attack, Hammer Stewart, number 13.
And the game, well, it's
in the balance.
It's good. It's what we want too. 3 for 77. 47 deliveries left, 67 runs to go. But the big stat is 3 wickets. The big stat. Let's just see what can happen now with Matt Lewis, the skipper, out there batting outside the leg stump as he goes into the drive and hits magnificently.
Well fielded there at short cover.
Brilliantly fielded there by Mark Kratzmann.
Yes.
And that's what it's about now, the exuberance of the fielding side. They're bouncing around, getting excited. Those wickets falling at 49, 75 and 76. We've seen that happen, Telf, so often, a cluster of wickets. This one short, pulled in the air.
Out to the boundary for 4.
I was trying to pick up where it was, and there it is. It's gone for distance, and it's gone a long way and hit very crisply indeed. Wyeth 6, 3 for 82, 12.3 overs gone.
I think the key here, Walshy, with Team Thunder is obviously they've only lost 3 wickets, so they've got plenty in the shed, and they can now really afford to just, throw everything at the bowling of EV2.
This ball wide outside the off stump, cut in the air. That'll go for 4. In the air, and it was punched backward of point. It ran quickly. And 2 balls for 8 runs. That hurts big time. 3 for 86. Wyeth on 10. Lewis on 1. And Wyeth has done this before in the tournament. Likes to get to the crease and likes to hit the ball with power. What can he do this time? That's not his best shot, but he drags it away down the ground up to long on. It bounces to Ian Wood, who does the fielding on the throwback. And that's going to be one more ball left in this untidy over because he's gone for 11. This is his first over. 1-1, 4-4. That's 10. And another one. This one outside the off stump. And he dabs that away very cleverly through the vacant slips cordon. And they'll walk through for 1. They'll think about the possibility of an overthrow. That's not going to happen. So that's a very good over for the side that finished on top on the team tables. That's Team Thunder. Stewart's over, no wicket for 12. 3 for 88 after 13. 42 balls left. 56 runs to go.
It's getting exciting, Walshy, and it's been a magnificent 4 days of cricket here in Mildura. Sunny Mildura. We did have a little bit of rain overnight on one of the nights, but I think we got all games completed. All bar 1.
Just the one abandonment. And the absolute irony, Telf, was the 2 sides that are playing today in the grand final didn't get to play in the round robin games.
It was the only game, so first time they're playing each other. So it's a fantastic final that we're looking at and witnessing now. I believe we're up around 15,000 views over the 2 weeks on our SOC TV Global. So to everyone that's tuned in over the last fortnight of cricket here in Mildura, we thank you so much for giving us those crazy numbers.
And what we'll do too, this won't be crazy, this will be at the end of the game. You don't want to leave us because we're not leaving you. This ball, new ball of the next over is tapped behind square on the offside for a single. 3 for 89 now. So we'll get the cameras out there for the presentation to the winning skipper.
We will. We'll speak to both skippers.
Yeah, be good. And then, of course, medallions to the players from the winning team. And we don't know who that will be yet. We'll wait and see. This ball outside the off stump and cut back with a point. They're going to go for a quick single. They'd better hurry, they do. The throwback was sharp into the gloves of McFadden, but getting through quickly was Matt Lewis, the captain, who was pretty happy about what was going on. When we had a chat with him before the game, he was on song to say, forget about what's happened today, just worry about what's going to happen. What? Let's have a look. 3 for 90, 13.2 overs. 40 balls remaining, 54 runs required. Number 7 is the wicketkeeper, Glenn McFadden. Number 7 is the batsman, Matt Lewis. Bat elevated. He's forward, patched the ball away on the follow through. That was good bowling because that was tossed up teasingly. Sipple with the cap on. Follows on the follow through, and there's a lot of follows in that sentence, but there's no run. 3 for 90. Next ball, hit down the ground for an easy single. They won't run 2 because it'll be fielded cleanly down there, and it is. And it's good to see the Sandgropers team down there working together as a unit, as is their case, and as is the case of all of the franchise bodies.
3 for 91, 2 balls remaining with 38 balls remaining in the game. Now make that 37 remaining as that's pushed down the ground on the onside. And tonight there's a presentation night too, Telf?
Yeah, we're off to the South Mildura Sporting Precinct, the brand new facility out there, and we're looking to showcase what's on out there. And there's 2 AFL standard grounds out there that we're going to look to play at next year, so that's going to be great.
That's a big shot. Big shot. It could be caught. No!
Oh, that's cleared the boundary for 6.
It was in the air, and one of the tallest men out there was Andrew Kratzman. It was very hard to tell from where we are if he got any of his digit to the ball. He flew himself in the air, but it didn't matter because it went for 6. That was a big body blow. Let's have a look and see if we can get an idea as to how close he was. I don't think so.
Over the top.
Yeah, that was a big blow. A handy one too. Wyeth is 18, Lewis is 4. And that completes the over. 1, 2, 3, 9 off the over. 3 for 97 with 12. Let's have a look. We're 14 overs down. 36 balls left, 47 runs. You would have to think if there is to be a rush from behind and a come from behind from EV2, they have to get a wicket, and they have to get a wicket now.
They definitely need Wyeth out. Obviously, he's the man that's doing the damage at the moment, and I'm having problems here with my sound. I don't know if you're hearing me at all, but I'm
hearing you.
Muted for some reason. Anyway. Look, I just want to say thank you very much to everyone that supported this tournament over the last 4 days. Firstly, the Mildura Rural City Council for their support financially, to Global Roto Moulding coming on as our commercial partner, and also to a number of other corporate partners that have supported us in Sixth, who've done all of the buses right throughout the tournament. But more importantly, I'd like to say thanks to Pat Silcox and also to Peter Walsh for their amazing commentary over the last 4 days. It's world class, and hopefully everyone's enjoyed what we've brought to you as a public. It's never been done before in veterans cricket, the production that we brought to the world with the Spirit of Cricket Festival.
Very kind words, but the reason that we do it is because we love it. But also the other reason is this is hit in the air and he's caught at cover. Caught between cover and backward point, that ball sailing in the air, and the gleeful acceptance, Little coming in to take the bowling, and there's a fair bit of how you going over here. Get over here and I'll give you a big man hug. That's what's happening there with the boys in blue. Let's watch this again. A big swing outside the off stump. There's the ball coming off the edge. It floats in the air and the ball is taken by John Short, who was one of our guests earlier on in the day. We'll watch it again. And Johnny is getting ready, and Johnny is taking the catch. And it's now, let's have a look, 4 for 97. We have 34 balls remaining, 47 runs. Clark comes to the crease to join Wyeth. Wyeth is 18. Clark yet to score. 4 for 97. Oh, it's good. I love it like this. You're not too sure.
No, I'd like to see what the Wasp is right now, Walshy. It hasn't come up for a bit, so I'm sure that's tightened things up a little bit with that dismissal of Matty Lewis. But massive shout out to the guys at Be Live. So they're bringing all the pictures and the audio and the sound and everything. They've done an amazing job setting up here early each day and packing up, after dark when everyone's gone home, and they've been a very important part of what we're producing here this week.
Everybody's got on with everyone, and that's what I'm saying with sincerity. We're all helping each other out as this ball is outside the off stump and it's pushed down the ground for a single. They run it quickly. Will they go for 2? The ball running down the ground but not running all that well or all that quickly, but they're through for the 1. 4 for 98 with Wyeth on 18 and Clark on 1. Sense of urgency now from Kratzman, who rushes across and gets himself organised and says to his bowler, Mark Little, we need something from you, Mark. Here we go, round the wicket. He tosses up wide of the off stumper, playing a miss. 4 for 98. Wyeth 18, Clark 1. 32 balls remaining, 46 runs for victory. The race is on. It's a 1,500 metre race and they're coming down with 2 laps to go, so we've got plenty of time. Round the wicket, he tosses up. It's hit in the air down the ground. Is anyone there? The bounce is there. And the return on the bounce is a good one from Ian Wood. Score moves to 99 for 4 at the completion of the 15th over after this one. And we'll have 45 balls remaining with 45 runs. This one is hit away behind square for 1. They want 2. They'd better hurry. They'd better hurry. Good running there out in the deep. Willie Moggs, he'll sleep well tonight.
He's been busy, hasn't he, Walshy?
And what?
I'll tell you what, we have got an absolute grandstand finish here, I reckon. 44 runs to win, 30 balls remaining. There are still 6 wickets in hand, but every time they can push through EV2 cricket and keep it at around 6 or 8 runs and over, they're staying right up with the game,
Absolutely.
aren't they?
Could it be, Simon Waddington, it is time for you to put your stamp not just on your fielding expertise in the Tri-Nation Series, but your all-round abilities to cart the Pink Panthers over the finish line in this game. Not too sure, but it could be a real thriller.
Surprised that we haven't seen him yet, actually, Walshy. I'm presuming he'll be next man in. So we just wait. We're on some field adjustments. Looks like Moggsy's going to come in again from the school end. He'll be bowling to Paul Clark, who's just headed out to the middle, so hasn't quite got himself set yet. You feel that Jared Wyeth is a real key man here on the run home, isn't he?
Absolutely. Yes, he hits the ball and it stays hit. And Moggsy, please, if you're listening, I'm saying this and I'm saying this with the utmost respect. Moggsy reminds me of Cliffy Young.
You said that the other day, didn't you?
And I'm saying that, and I'm saying it because he just loves the game so much. He throws himself into it, and you want him to be near the ball because you know he's going to give extra than that 100%. I don't know what the extra is, but he'll do this. He's in, bowls, and it's whacked down the ground for 1. There's a possibility of coming back for 2. They'd better hurry if they do. We have to wait until we get a look at no, and it's just 1, so it's 4 for 101. 43 required of 29 deliveries with 6 wickets in hand. Have a burble for me, Pat.
I'd love to, Peter, thank you. As this one's tossed up outside the off stump of Wyeth, he's leaning back and he's pushing out to the covers for another singles. We just have a quick look at that bowling list. We know that Wood still has 1 up his sleeve, so too does Sipple. This one is Moggs' 4th and final over, so rotations going to be really important as we go towards the death of this game, the grand final of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale T20 competition. We can see Anthony Telfer, who's moved away from the broadcast position, just taking some snaps of the dais there with the trophy in the medals ready to go. It's a swing and a miss from Wyeth, but a wide call by the umpire, just to add a little bit more drama here. So score will advance here to 4 for 105, is it? Oh, no, 4 for 104. Midway through the 16th over. As it swung there long and high and over the boundary for 6, out onto the onside by Jared Wyeth.
What a shot, what a smash, what a result.
He's the man for the occasion, is he, Jared Wyeth? He's picked his moment beautifully. He rested this morning and got himself right for the big dance. And he could be the difference here at the end.
Clean hit, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's a very athletic cricketer. And anything that's pitched up in his half, he's just going to back himself, play with confidence and hit through the line of the ball. So 34 to win now from 26 deliveries as it goes down the leg side for Moggs. He throws his head back. It's another wide. Another extra ball needs to be bowled now. So the pressure is starting to mount on EV2 cricket.
Moggs' last over 2, and he'd be disappointed with that because he's been busy. Let's see what he can do.
So back to live action, and this time he's getting away with a dot. So I reckon we've got 1 more ball remaining here, albeit that he doesn't bowl another Charlie Pride.
Come on, big fella.
Wyeth is swinging out onto the onside. It's a tricky assignment, but it's nicely worked by the EV2 cricket boys. Ball originally into the hands of Short, and then I reckon it was... just Trying to get my numbers up there. And Short was the man who got it back, I reckon, to Matty Harris, was it, who's been doing a great work roaming out on the ropes in this second session. So we're through 16 now, Walshy. Score is 4 for 113. Wyeth is 28 from 14. Clark 4 from 4. And the equation, 31 to win, 24 balls remaining.
It's 4 overs. And it's 8 and over. When you say it like that, you think there's a lot involved, but you've got the man out there in Wyeth, and you would expect Simon Waddington would be next to come in. They're not going to win the game by restricting runs. I think the only way, and it's going to sound crazy, I know, they've just got to pick up the wickets now. And they're not too sure as to where we're going to find that wicket. Who's going to be the taker? Who's going to be the one that puts his hand up and says, it's my ball, give me a chance? Is Mark Little going to be the man? Let's see. He runs in and tosses up, and the attempted lap around the corner. The ball pitched outside the off stump, well taken by the keeper, who did not then follow through with the flick of the bails, didn't need to. There's no change to the score. It's 4 for 113.
High drama at the Mildura Senior College. This T20 Grand Final as part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Little pitches up, and it's past the outside edge and through to the keeper, McFadden. So all the while they get the dots through EV2 Cricket, they remain in the mix.
They do, and of course Clark is on strike and Wyeth is at the opposite end saying, I want to be down where you are, Mr. Clark. He's not at the moment, he's waiting, and so is Clark. Clark leans into it and swats it away on the onside. It bounces out and bobbles, and when it bobbles there's always that possibility of an extra run, but not so. Flicked back and done well out there, Ashley Sipple. So they get the 1, 4 for 114. Wyeth is 28. Clark is 5. 21 runs, 21 balls remaining, and 30 runs to win the big Australasian Conference Cricket Grand Final.
As we see Kratzmann just pushing Matt Harris back out onto the point boundary. And that's where the ball's going to come out to. Full length one that was squeezed away there by Jared Wyeth. They'll get through for another single. So far, so good for Mark Little. Bowling at a key moment in this grand final. Into his second over, 1 for 5. If he can take another scalp here, bring another fresh man to the crease.
We just saw the appearance of Kratzmann, who poked his head in front of the camera and turned around and sprinted back out into the offside. He's ready. So too is Pat Silcox.
It's in the air off the blade. It's just going to pitch short, would you believe? But the man, it's short third man. It looked like it was going to go all the way. They get through for another single. So 28 runs to win, 19 balls remaining. And 1 ball left of this second Mark Little over. He is doing a sterling job for EV2 Cricket.
Absolutely. Now this ball, it could go anywhere. And I'll tell you what wants to happen. Wyeth wants it to be in the hitting zone, and he'll demolish it because he's been at the opposite end, hasn't had a chance to go whack for a while, and he's now standing, getting ready. The score check is simple. 19 balls remaining, 28 to win the game, 4 for 116. You doubt that the wickets will fall. You think it will be the run chase, good, bad or indifferent, and Wyeth is steady. Wyeth says, I am ready to go. I stand tall, I wait. And he's quite content to cut the ball deep out towards the point boundary. They run 1. They won't come back for a second because the return on the bounce is good. 3 overs left. The balls 18, the runs 27, 9 per over, 4 for 117. Team Thunder and EV2 Cricket, the 2 top teams in this competition, playing out a final and playing out a thrilling final here. What day is it? On a Monday afternoon.
It is a Monday, Walsh, and we're approaching about 5:15 local Mildura time. As the sun continues to poke out through the clouds. As we can see Brian Kelly just walking past the speaker there and tripping over one of the wires. I think he's managed to reconnect down there. He was certainly busy with beers in hand as he's going back over towards the pavilion to enjoy the climax to this one.
Wyeth's on strike too.
It's important, isn't it, for him to play a role here. The first cab off the rank as it's full and it's on the stumps and it's hit down the ground. And they'll get through for a single. So it's Ashley Sipple back into the attack to finish off his 4-over spell. None for 17.
Gee, the pressure's on Clark now, though. I
Yeah.
mean, at the opposite end, Wyeth, when he got that ball and got a run off the last ball of the last over, you thought, well, he's on strike, but he was quite happy to take that single.
And he's backing in his teammate, isn't he? Expecting that Clark is going to come through with the goods here. He'd love to get a boundary away in the next couple of balls, just to narrow that differential between balls and runs as he advances and he hits down the ground. Didn't quite time it. Well, just jogged through for a single. As EV2 Cricket super safe out in the deep to make sure they cut off the boundary. So 25 runs to win, 16 balls remaining. You can hear a pin drop at the Mildura Senior College,
Super.
Walshy. What a finish this is.
Super stuff. Sipple's the go. Wyeth hits down the ground, but not with any great gusto, just tipping the ball away on the offside and being quite content for the one. Remember, at the start of this over, they needed 9 per over. There've been 3 singles, so 15 balls remaining, 24 runs to win. Sipple in. And he's got him! The wicket has fallen, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on to your hats, folks. If your car's got a parking meter out the front, forget about it. Pay the parking fine tomorrow and don't leave today because this is stirring stuff. 5 for 120. Clark bowled Sipple for 7. Sipple has a wicket. Let's have a look at the replay and let's hear the noise because it goes clunk and the bails go flying in the air.
Just hitting the base of middle and leg stump. As Clark was trying to give himself some extra room. As here is the man of the hour. Simon Waddington makes his way out to the middle. He'll join Jared Wyeth. Of course, 2 of the men that we saw in the Tri-Series, representing their country against New Zealand. And now they come together at franchise level. Can they get the job done, Walshy?
Well, there's 14 balls remaining. 24 runs required for a victory. 5 wickets for the other victory, and that would go to EV2 if they could pick up the 5. You don't think that could happen with only 14 balls remaining, but you do think there's a distinct possibility that Wyeth and Waddington, who are two strikers of the ball, could win the game in a flurry, but they're running out of deliveries. 14 left, 2 left in this over, and then 2 to go, and the runs required are 24.
Getting sweaty palms, Pete. I'm not even playing, and I'm getting nervous here in the box.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens, folks. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We are enjoying giving it to you. And now there's just a little bit of tension. Let's just move a fieldsman 1 millimetre to the left or right. Let's make sure, says Glenn McFadden, that I'm ready. And Sipple, 2 balls to go in his last over, is on his way in now. And he's hit back down the ground. Was that a caught and bowl chance?
The umpire certainly headed for cover. Safety of the grounders is coming straight back at him. Not sure if that was the classic bump ball into the pitch or whether it was an opportunity there for Sipple, but it's still only just the 1 run to the total.
Yeah, 13 balls remaining. Runs to win 23. 5 for 121. Let's have a look again.
Oh, just got fingers to it, didn't he? As it went down the ground as we're back to the live pictures. Wyeth is on strike. He advances and he's bowled! He's bowled by Sipple, would you believe it? The Queenslander gets his 2nd wicket with his last ball, his 4th over. And how about this scoreline now? 6 for 121 Team Thunder. After 18 overs, Peter Walsh. Get around this.
What a story. We've turned the page in our book and we're up to the last chapter. Have a look at this one. A big swing, a miss, a bowled.
And the celebration from Sipple, it was right on the money. And now we'll have 2 fresh men out in the middle, as it looks to be Darren Shaw making his way out to the centre of the Mildura Senior College. He'll join Simon Waddington. And we have 12 balls remaining and 23 runs for victory.
That is a big run task. Waddington, and he will now wait because walking briskly is Darren Shaw. Of that I'm sure, and I'm also sure of the score that it's 6 for 121, the target is 144. So this has turned on its head. Another game where at 1 for 49 or none for 49 you thought things were okay. It's now 6 for 121.
So we've seen wickets fall at 97, 120 and 121 as we've moved into this third power play.
And it's to be Little, who's in. Round the wicket, bowls, tosses up, hit in the air. That was over the top, and that will go all the way to the fence.
Oh, no,
fielded brilliantly.
Saved it.
Guess who's down there? My mate down there.
Mogsy.
Mogsy's got it. He almost cleaned up a tree. He rolled, got up and kept on going.
2 runs.
That was super stuff. That's the desperation that is in existence in this Spirit of Cricket contest. Moggs, have a look just as to, he had one thing in mind, and that was to stop the ball from going to the boundary, and he threw himself.
Huge effort.
We got a good look at his belly button because he almost did a backward somersault. Super stuff. 11 balls remaining, 20 to win. The next ball. A big play and a miss, a big shout.
Oh.
A big shout from the wicketkeeper. Now, he didn't take the bails off, so he was shouting for caught behind. We might see that again. We might see Mogsy again. This has got to be the fielding of the day. But we won't see him because we've got the next ball there where, no, he still had his foot back.
Boggled in the keeper's gloves, but he was confident there was an edge as it went through.
Little in. It's
in the air, Walshy. Coming around and taking the catch. That's a ripper bit of work again from EV2 Cricket. As we look out there to see who the man is, I reckon.
Number 11.
It's
Johnny Short.
John Short, who's stayed in the game, hasn't he? Takes a very important catch. And another one down as we watch the replay. Little around the wicket, but getting the angle across outside the off stump. And he made no mistake. So another man comes out now. In fact, it was Adami, as we've just seen up there. Paul Adami, who's subbing for Damien Meek, who unfortunately had that injury batting in the first session. So now Jamie Conforth, who was one of the key men to get them from 6 for 24 in the game this morning with that rearguard action. Now he's got to come out and do it all again, Peter.
9 balls remaining, 20 runs to win, 3 wickets for EV2. If they can't maintain the rage and stop the runs from being accumulated, they can still win, of course. 7 for 124. The chase is 144. 20 to win with 9 balls remaining. Waddington and Cornforth. The bowling will be done by Little. He's ready. So is Cornforth. So is the gathering. He bowls. And it's cut, or not cut, dragged down the ground on the offside up to mid-off, and they go through for 1 as Cratchman does the fielding. That's Andrew Cratchman, and they get through for 1. We have 8 balls remaining, 1 over and 2 balls, and 19 runs. That seems like a Mount Everest to climb, Pat.
We'll need a boundary or 2 from Waddington. We saw first ball of the over that he premeditated and looked to lap sweep it around onto the leg side. He did actually pick up 3. I think we had him down for 2 on our books, but they did score 3 from that first ball of this, the 19th over. And Little is going to continue bowling through in front of the umpire, around the wicket. He'll look to push the ball outside the off stump here. As it's swung by Waddington, there's a man out there, and he's taken the catch. Another one falls. Ashley Sipple, we feel, is the man who's taken that effortlessly as he was just trotting in off the rope. And Mark Little has been massive here at the back end of this game. 3 for 11 now, almost at the completion of 3 overs. As we watch the replay, Waddington has got to go. Caught Sipple, bowled Little. Looked like he got a fair piece of it, and Sipple just did it easily.
That was going for
on
6,
the move.
wasn't it?
It would have gone for 6. Absolutely. Yep. Wow. What a transformation in this game, Peter Walsh. The nerves of both teams.
Absolutely. Extraordinary. Well, what we're going to see is let's have a look, 143, that's 243, 263. We're up to 268 runs scored and 16 wickets have fallen in an afternoon of delight here in a grand final. You couldn't get any better. I know there has to be a loser in this. There has to be a side that runs second. I don't call them a loser. I say they've been beaten by a better team and they finish second. And we still don't know who that's going to be.
No. Could we see a tie, maybe a super over here? I'm not sure. We'll have to go through the playing conditions to see if Telfer's accommodated for that.
We'll have a replay, will we?
Oh,
no, I don't think so.
I think a lot of us are back to our real jobs tomorrow, unfortunately, Walshy. But Mark Little, he has been absolutely stellar here. 3 for 11. Last ball now of his third over. Mason advances, gets over the trop and controls it. They'll look for 2. It's out deep towards the long-on boundary. They'll get back safely. So 2 more to the tally. And that will see us at the end of 19 overs. Team Thunder 8 for 127. They're going to need 17 from the last over to win this one.
Let's stress. Let's just take a couple of Panadol and stress. This is not over. There are 6 balls remaining. There's 17 runs. The boundaries are short. We haven't had sixes for a while. Kratzmann, the 2 Kratzmanns are together. Mark Kratzmann and Andrew Kratzmann having a chat. The 2 batsmen are together. Cornforth and Mason are having a chat. There are 6 balls to go. There are 17 runs to get to win the game and to win this competition for Team Thunder. And from a point of view of EV2, what they have to do is, with Kratzmann coming on to bowl, Andrew Kratzmann is coming on to bowl the last over, the captain. He said,
My
excuse
goodness.
me, I'll do this. Give me the ball.
Wow. No pressure on the skipper here.
He'll be getting some advice from all and sundry, as waiting is Jamie Cornforth. As soon as the game finishes, Patch will wrap it up from here. I'll dash out and grab some interviews. It will be an exciting finish no matter what now. We have 6 balls remaining. Here comes Kratzmann. And he bowls and it's hit in the air behind point. And he's caught, is he? No, just bounced shy of the mark. Coming in to try and pick up the catch and making a bold effort there was Ian Wood, but he didn't make it. And so we have, let's have a look. We'll click over the 5 balls remaining and it is 16 to go. Let's look at the replay. Ball does... Oh, it's hard to tell from where we are, isn't it?
The NV play overlay just in front of where the fieldsman was as there's a swing and a miss for the next Kratzmann delivery. Safely negotiated by the wicket-keeper, so no run. 16 to win, 4 balls remain.
What a finish. What an absolute ball terror.
Been a remarkable effort from EV2 Cricket to get themselves back in this game, and almost at this point of time, Pete, you think the scales are tilted in their favour.
Absolutely.
Just bowling wide and outside the off stump, making it very difficult for the batsman to get underneath the ball and hit it out to the boundary. So 15 to win from 3 balls now.
I'll leave you with it, Pat. I'm going out to grab some interviews. I'll talk to you soon from the middle.
Good on you, Walshy. Don't forget your mic on the way through as we see it edged and going down towards the third man boundary. They'll get back for 2. As the throw comes in, safely on the bounce to the keeper. So 8 for 131, 13 to win, 2 balls remaining. And the captain has taken upon himself to bowl this crucial 20th over in the grand final of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale T20 competition. Cornforth is hitting out through the offside. He's found the gap. They'll come back for a second. It's not going to be enough. There's a run out and opportunity there as well, but Cornforth is safely through. And we have 1 ball to go. And what a remarkable effort from EV2 Cricket. They've managed to put the brakes on here in the final 10 overs of this second session. As Cornforth is swinging out and it goes over the fence for 6. The last ball has gone for a maximum. And that is all she wrote with a final score of Team Thunder 8 for 139, finishing 5 short of victory. What an absolutely epic finish to what has been a fantastic couple of weeks of cricket here in Mildura. And EV2 Cricket are the champions of this T20 competition. Absolute scenes here at the Mildura Senior College. And a remarkable effort from the boys in blue as they celebrate their victory. And Peter Walsh is hustling out towards the middle to see if he can pick up a couple of interviews for us. As we quickly look at the scorecard, it was a steady start. Ingram got them going nicely, 36. Niche looked dangerous before he was adjudged LBW to short for 20. Then it was Jared Wyeth who was potentially going to take it away from EV2 Cricket. He's 32 from 19, included 2 4s and 2 6s, but then a string of wickets with a score at 120, 121, 124 and 125. And at the end, they've kept them to 8 for 139 in their 20 overs. Mark Little, sensational performance, 3 overs, 3 for 13. Sipple picked up 2 important wickets, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 20. And Short, 2 for 24 from his 4 overs. As the players now come from the field and shake each other's hands, as the 2 skippers stand together there, Kratzmann and Matty Lewis. This has been quite a climax in the grand final as we watch Cornforth coming from the ground. You could see him smack his pads in disappointment. He knew that another ball might have been all that was required there to get the winning runs over the line, but not to be. And a huge effort from Kratzmann to get the victories. We're hoping to get Peter Walsh shortly with an interview sideline with the winning captain from EV2 Cricket, Andrew Kratzmann, as we look to get our camera in position, and I reckon Walsh is just about ready to go. Peter, I think you're ready for us. You've got the winning skipper, Andrew Kratzmann.
Special K, that was extraordinary. What a magnificent game of cricket. Who knew what was going to happen? Twists and turns. It was the last chapter in the book that we had to read to work out who was going to win. Well done.
Thanks a lot, Walshy. Holy smokes, it's been a long 2.5 weeks here in Mildura, and what great way to finish it. That was amazing, mate. I don't know what to say, but just pulled them back in the middle there. They were going pretty well at the start, pulled them back a little bit and then held on to the end.
It seemed as if the 2 best teams in the competition had made the final, and then of course the injury that Damien Meek, and all of a sudden you thought, he's not going to be any good. What did it do to you then to throw the mindset to other players to pick up the tab and bowl?
We do have a lot of bowlers in the team. Well, you know, in Vets cricket, most people can bowl. So, you know, that wasn't obviously a massive loss because Meekie has been bowling amazingly, and he actually really felt that a lot. He thought he let the team down, and man, you see the elation on his face when he came back in there. But for us, you know, like having to bowl an over, I don't really bowl much, but you know, having to bowl that last over was, good pressure on me, and that was fun, eh? How much fun.
When did you decide that you were going to bowl that last over, realising that wickets started to fall, and when they were falling, all of a sudden, the run rate started to kick up, and it looked as if, you were a chance?
Yeah, that's right. When I decided to bowl that over was probably a ball before the last over. So it's a little bit the way I fly with the T20, is I don't try to make too many plans. They're all always interchangeable. If someone's bowling well, might keep them on a bit longer, but we had to find an over somewhere, and it was just me.
And the fielding out, we always talk about catches that win matches, and we talk about players that dive all over the place. There's a guy called, where's number 9 on the back
Billy
of his...
Moggs.
Billy, baby. We saw his belly button at one stage when he stopped the boundary. Yeah. There was desperation by all and sundry.
Yeah, unbelievable. How good is he in the field? Like, he hasn't dropped a catch this whole tournament. Been unbelievable for us, and that was our thing when we were picking teams, was we picked fielders, really good fielders. And I don't know if you saw his belly, but he has 1,000 EV2 tattoos on him that he put on there for us. So, you know, I guess Walshy, like, amazing, isn't it? Like, and what a great way to finish a carnival. Absolutely. With everyone watching. Hey?
Well, get over there and enjoy the spoils. We'll talk to you later on. Thanks for chatting to us, and get over with your troops. You're the winners. Congratulations, and thanks for chatting with us.
Great to see you, Walshy. Thank you very much. Good on you. Thank you.
Good on you, buddy. Well, it's been super stuff, and now what's going to happen is there are going to be players who are shaking hands and enjoying themselves, and we're going to continue with our coverage from the middle of this venue where cricket this afternoon was the winner, and so too Cratzy's kids won the final here in an absolute ripper.
Thank you, Peter Walsh, doing a great job for us down on the sidelines as we're getting close to the presentations here at the Mildura Senior College. And I've got to say, we're probably just playing it on a wing and a prayer at the moment. Not quite sure what Anthony Telfer has got in mind for us here. He's looking to try and bring all the troops in together here so we can enjoy the post-match festivities. And we might be able to get some vision here of Telf as he looks to make the presentation of the trophy and the medals to the winning team. Peter Walsh is still down on the sidelines as well. If you just joined us, it's been a thrilling result. EV2 Cricket taking our T20 final as part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. They made 8 for 143 batting first in the big one here at the Mildura Senior College, and they restricted Team Thunder to a tally of 8 for 139. It's quite a remarkable performance. So many key contributors for both teams across the game. So we have a look at the card for EV2 Cricket. Of course, it was Sipple with his 35, Andrew Kratzmann with 31. Mitch Woods picking up 3 wickets with the ball for Team Thunder. And I'm sure they would have felt with the score of 144 to chase down that they'd done a really decent job of it. And they were going beautifully through the first 10 overs, but then lost a little bit of momentum, as we heard from winning skipper Andrew Kratzmann, that they managed to get things back on track and just halt the momentum with some wickets. Just waiting for Peter Walsh. He's in position down there with Anthony Telfer.
And the cricket itself was a demonstration as to how even the competition's been. Every side has won a couple of games. These two sides hadn't played each other before the final, and boy did they turn it on in the final. To both teams for putting on a display when it needed to happen, and that was in a grand final. Would you all join with me in congratulating them with a round of applause for giving us that spectacle? Now, I'm not sure where we're going. We are going to make presentations. Let's go to Matty Lewis, who was the skipper. Matty's been kind enough to come over and have a chat. I said to you before the game, all the very best, and you said, we'll do our best. You did. It was one of those games, in all honesty, where, right down to the last couple of overs, no one was too sure as to what was going to happen. What do you think?
Look, I'm proud of my boys. We gave a good account of ourselves all week. Mates for life, great supporters. Thanks to our supporters. Look, EV2 were just too good today, and they deserve the spoils. They've been a great team. We sort of highlighted them as a major threat, and they've come away with it today. But we're all a winner here. We've all been out in the sun. We've all played cricket. We've all enjoyed ourselves, and that's, as I said before the match, that's great for our mental health.
It's a demonstration that everybody can help everybody else, whether or not there's adversity or whether or not you're sailing along merrily with no issue whatsoever in your life. People have mingled together, have found a friend, and these friendships will remain forever. And surely that's what the spirit of cricket is all about.
Absolutely, and this week's represented a place where people can put their hard stuff behind, focus on something else, because life can be hard. We're tremendously thankful to Telfer and the committee for putting on such a great tournament. The build up towards this has been really, really exciting, and it's been something really different. All the people that got on board, all the people that are here right now, we've all had a wonderful time, so it's been great.
And you go away and you take friendships with you. That's the key thing about this. You meet people you've never met before, and all of a sudden, from wandering aimlessly around in Mildura, going to every second restaurant and all the TABs and having a wonderful time, you now get back to a normal life, but you take with you so many memories.
Yeah, certainly old friends, but a lot of new friends too. And that's the beauty of doing veterans cricket. We can be sitting in our armchairs and losing friends, like the last generation did. Or we can get out, enjoy ourselves, meet new friends, have a great time, and yeah.
Well spoken, and congratulations to the commitment of your team, of the way they demonstrated their professionalism, not just today, but right throughout the tournament, and to you, leading from example by a wonderful skipper, and pass on our best to the rest of the team for a wonderful tournament. Despite the fact you finished second, I reckon there were 2 winners today. Both of your sides performed magnificently, and thanks for being so amicable in doing stuff with the media right throughout. Thank you.
No problems, Walshy. It's been great. But again, to my guys, we've had a tremendous 3 months in the lead up to this. say new mates, old mates, whatever. Mates forever. Love you guys.
Well spoken. Thank you. Sometimes there's a necessity for the captain of the winning team to make a ballsy decision in his life. And when there was one over to go, we were sitting in the box and I was there with my good friend Pat, and we said, who's going to bowl the last over? And we looked up and there he was, Special K, the Kratz man. He was there, he came on to bowl the last over, and now he wears the winner's smile. And I'll tell you what a finish that was. One of the best finishes to any cricket match you'd ever see. Let's hear from the skipper with a few words from Andrew. So what, there was a decision made about you bowling the last over, what, at the start of the game or middle of the game or one over to go? What happened?
7 balls to go. Yeah, look, I just want to say that's old K, I'm Special K, all right? So just to clarify that. But just made that decision with 7 balls to go, and yeah, I guess it came off today. I don't bowl myself often, but yeah, so yeah, came off today.
The depth was clearly evident with the injury, unfortunately, to Meekie, and you were prepared to throw the ball around and give anybody who wanted to bowl a chance to bowl. The field was excellent, the catching was good, everything happened, but it happened in a hell of a hurry. It looked at one stage, I said to my co-commentator, I reckon we'll know who's going to win this after 8 overs. They were none for, but you kept on fighting and you got those wickets when you needed to get them.
Yeah, look, I guess we strangled quite early, so that kept them having to raise the bar, I guess, through the middle, and then kept strangling. That's where we've been good through the middle. And look, these guys fielded and bowled so well this whole week, and you can tell they're a great fielding and bowling team. And obviously with the bat, we just wanted to strangle them. That's what we've done all week. So with teams, and really relied exactly on our fielding. That's part of what we did. We picked a great fielding team and guys that can bowl an area.
When did you really think, deep down, when the runs were coming and the scoring was pretty prolific, that you could win the game? Not by getting them all out, but by restricting.
Yeah, look, it was in the balance, I think, with 4 overs to go. I felt, I think it was 24 balls, 30 runs to win, possibly. And I felt, and that's when we had to throw the ball to Lizard. Look, honestly, Mark Little bowled an amazing spell and just bowled across the boys and stopped them from hitting that short boundary. And I thought he did amazingly, and that was the plan, try and strangle, make him hit him this way. And it worked. So, it doesn't always work. A lot of times you can get smacked over the fence like Jared did to us, but today it worked.
What could you say to all of us here tonight who are listening about your team when you lost that first game? And I remember you even saying that with a reverse sweep you thought, that wasn't the best shot I'm going to play for the whole tournament. But you disciplined and you led from the front, and these guys followed you. It was like you're the Pied Piper. They followed you. What would you say about how important they were?
Oh, well, just the same as what Matt said there. Like, honestly, we've got a great bunch of guys that some of them I've never met before, and now they're, like Matt said, the mates for life, and really met a lot of new people here at this carnival. You line up along this rope here and see so many people here, and it's then when you realise, holy smokes, there's so many people here doing the same thing that we love doing. And yes, they followed me, but honestly, we were a team. It wasn't so much following me. We were a team. And there was a lot of conversations with a lot of the leadership group of the team. So
a lot of people have come up and asked us about how Meekie is, about when he was taken from the ground and well looked after by medical staff, which we knew was going to happen. Can you give us a bit of a heads up?
Look, Meekie was extremely disappointed. As you know, he's got this amazing will to fight hard and win, and having an injury would be the last thing that guy would want to take him off the field. He was more disappointed that he let us down. And some of the boys said, let's do this for Meekie. And Meekie said, no, you do it for the team. And that's the kind of person he is. So that's Meekie.
Well done. Thank you for popping over, and thanks to all those that were prepared to come and have a chat too and witness a game that we'll remember for a long time, and well played.
Thanks, Walshy. Appreciate it.
Well, there's the skipper, and I won't know, Kratzy.
What we'll do now is just give him the mic and he can call out. You'll have to talk about these players and present the medallions.
All right. All right, Mark Kratzman. You want to do it? Yeah, thanks, mate.
Just stay right here.
John Short. John's our team owner, EV2. Hammer Stewart. Damien Meek. Paul Adami. Matt Harris. Our import, Ian Wood. Dylan Fernandez. Our other import. Glenn McFadden. Billy Moggs. Show the TV, mate. Show the TV. Grant Nelson. Ashley Sipple. Mark Little. Yeah. And our team manager and guru warm-up man, Nev Kratzman.
Should I spray Nev here? You want to come over and do me? Or? Yeah.
And of course, our leader, Andrew Kratzman.
Give it to him.
No, not yet, not yet, not yet. Not yet. Okay. Take that. Right, get together in here for a photo.
As we can see, the winning team, EV2 Cricket, getting in front of their Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale champions banner. There's the cheque to go with the win, $5,000, and the players with their medals enjoying the spoils with some champagne flowing freely here at the Mildura Senior College. And there is the Premiership Cup. So we can see Kratzy enjoying every moment here. And it continues to flow as EV2 Cricket have been crowned our Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale champions. Quick look at the tail of the tape from the game. EV2 Cricket batting first after winning the toss. Finished at 8 for 143 off their 20 overs. Ashley Sipple 35, Andrew Kratzman 31. Best of the bowling for Team Thunder. Mitch Woods 3 for 27, Simon Nish 2 for 31, and Jared Wyeth 2 for 33. Team Thunder in reply 8 for 139 at the end of their 20 overs. Russell Ingram 36, Jared Wyeth 32, and some absolutely sensational bowling performances. Mark Little 3 for 13, Ashley Sipple 2 for 20, and John Short 2 for 24. Peter Walsh, you're back in the broadcast position after being in the throng of the hive of activity and the winning team, EV2 Cricket.
It was extraordinary, the whole finish, and you did feel, and I did, because I got to know quite a few of the players from Team Thunder, and when you see the look of disappointment on Matt Lewis's face, and he said that they thought that they'd got away to a good start and they were going nicely, but then it just didn't happen. And congratulations to Andrew Kratzman and the team. He was so excited about it all, and so he should be. This just epitomises what goes on. The two teams exchanging handshakes, exchanging photos, and most importantly, exchanging friendships forever. That is what sport can be all about. I'm not being trite. I'm telling you because I've been involved in sport in a long time, and the friendships that you make if you work at it and you keep in contact with those, they're going to be there forever.
Jared Wyeth winning player of the match honours there, I do believe. He picked up 2 for 33, and then he was looking like the man that was going to get Team Thunder home to victory with a score of 32, but it wasn't quite enough in the end. And quite remarkably, from almost a point of no return early in the innings, EV2 Cricket managed to turn the screws on their run rate, take regular wickets to halt the momentum, and have gone through and taken out the championship.
They have. It's been a win that I think the good thing about it was I don't think anyone was barracking against them. I think there was a fairly even spread across those who played for the winning team and those who played for the team that didn't quite get over the line. There'll always be disappointments. That'll always be the case. But today, when you come and you see so many runs scored, so many wickets taken and such an even finish, I reckon we can walk away and feel pretty chuffed.
Cricket was the winner, Walsh, you'd have to say.
Absolutely. We should go out now and celebrate hard with as many rolled donuts that we possibly can manage, and it'll be a celebration that will go on forever, will it not?
Well, you could be right. We are due to be at the Mildura Sporting Precinct in about an hour and 10 minutes' time, so I'll need to go home and freshen up, have a quick shower and a Dad and Dave, and get ready for some more festivities, of course, with all the franchises being involved, as we can see in the vision there, skipper of Team Thunder. Just making a presentation there, Matt Lewis. And it looks like Ashley Sipple is also going to pick up an award, and he was a key player in the game. He made 35 with the bat. He took 2 for 20 with the ball, and he was there when they needed him most, EV2 Cricket.
Yep, very true indeed. Yep, and look, that's the good thing about it. I mean, there's some disappointments, of course there are, but there are also some who will walk away. And the ballsy call, without question, was the last over was to be bowled by the captain. He came on and he picked up that wicket. But people walk away now and head in different directions in their life. We'll head to where the presentations take place tonight, and that'll be good too. But a good way to finish, a tight way to finish, a close way to finish, and that's what we like.
That's about us, Peter Walsh. It's been an absolute honour and privilege to sit alongside you and broadcast, of course, initially the Tri-Series between Australia A and New Zealand. And we've seen the T20 come to the fore here at our broadcast HQ at Mildura Senior College. 4 fabulous days culminating in a dream final in the end that went right down to the wire.
It absolutely did, and Pat reciprocated all of your comments to be able to shake your hand and walk with you to the commentary box, sit down, and we've never worked together before, but I thought it was just so much comfort to sit down and share stories and share our love of the game. So to you, thank you very much for your friendship and your solidarity in a time where it got a bit tiring, and I'm a bit buggered now. So and also, can I just pass on a special thanks to Todd and the camera crew and those that have worked so solidly behind the scenes. They poked the cameras at the right times and did all the things that were necessary to hopefully put together a product that people were satisfied with. So that's it for us. We've got other things to do. We've got a big last night celebration to take place tonight and then head off into the distance. So thanks to everyone.
Let's not forget this man behind us who's instrumental in bringing this all together. He's got to shoot off and get the venue all looking tip-top. But Anthony Telfer deserves a round of applause. He's brought this Festivale together. I remember seeing the presentation Walshy back at the Mildura Ground in March and thought, wow, this looks like something amazing, and it's turned out to be just that. Yes,
I spent some time with Telf last night, and he was saying that he was tired, but the last day we could only hope would be the pièce de résistance. And I think it was. Sometimes it falls flat, but this was no AFL Grand Final. This was a Grand Final where you didn't know who was going to win, and we did in the finish, and that was right down to the last few balls in the game itself. So to all and sundry, and a special mention, of course, to Anthony, we say thank you for being part of what we hope was something that you enjoyed, not endured. Peter Walsh signing off now from Mildura. Goodbye.
G'day and welcome to Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria, where adventure awaits you around every bend. But unlike Queensland, you don't have to worry about crocs. Epically wide river that goes forever. Perfect for water sports. Your next adventure is in Mildura, and it's just a short flight away. We'll see you there.
No cameras, no complex calibration, just targeted, effective chemical application. Hardy Geo Select.
The psychological health and safety culture of your workplace is vital to the success of your organisation. Are you addressing psychosocial hazards in the workplace? Learn to create a positive mental wellbeing culture where your business and your people flourish through our in-person, live online and self-paced e-learning courses. Scan and visit our website for more information.
Introducing the Hardy Sarator 7000 with advanced comfort, convenience and efficiency. This class-leading sprayer now moves even further ahead. The Hardy Sarator 7000.
Global Camel is back. Global Roto Mouldings still offer our trusted rainwater tanks along with exciting new products like diesel trailers and on-site diesel tanks where quality meets innovation. Global Roto Moulding, Coolong Avenue, Irimple.